Let us all keep standing for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Those who see their duties is in harmony with themselves and with the world. Buen dia. A very good morning to one and all gathered here for BITM Business Conclave, Anweshanam 3.0 2024.
We are delighted to extend a cordial welcome to you all on the day 2 of BITM Business Conclave, Anweshanam 3.0 2024 on behalf of Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, BITM, a proud constituent of Sri Balaji University, Pune.
Anweshanam embodies the essential elements of knowledge, creativity, art, and innovation. As students of BITM, we are committed to embracing continuous learning and personal growth, no matter the challenges we face.
The principle of self-determination is essential to our journey. It epitomizes the ability to make well-informed choices, cultivate effective problem-solving skills, and embrace full responsibility for one's own life. As we gather here today to embark on this momentous occasion, our revered tradition is to commence by invoking the blessings of wisdom and enlightenment.
To signify the start of this special occasion, we humbly ask all the esteemed guests to join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp and give offerings to our beloved Bala sir, making the official beginning of today's event.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि
I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seat.
On this occasion, I, Pearl Jain, Senior Student Manager, BITM, interned at Monk Industries,
And I, Ashutosh Pandit, Senior Student Manager, BITM, interned at Monk Industries,
are honored to be the Masters of Ceremony for BITM Business Conclave, Anweshanam 3.0 2024. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Giulio Toscani, Professor of HCI, Human-Computer Interactions, Barcelona, who has generously chosen to share his invaluable time and expertise with us. I extend a warm welcome to the esteemed Chancellor, Sri Balaji University Pune, Professor B. Parmanandan Balasubramanian Sir, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude Sir, Deans, Directors, Deputy Directors, faculty members, and all our fellow student managers. Your presence here today is deeply appreciated.
On this auspicious occasion, we fondly remember our founder Chancellor, Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian Sir, lovingly called Bala Sir. His remarkable ability to make the impossible possible and his unparalleled dedication to his students continue to inspire us. His unwavering faith in the mantra, problems are opportunities, motivates us to transform challenges into opportunities, much like the National Business Meet we are embarking on.
Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, BITM, is renowned for its excellence in education and is considered one of the premier business schools in Pune. Founded in 2004, BITM upholds the values of discipline, dedication, and determination as the cornerstones of its philosophy. As proudly said by our founder, BITM means winners, BITM means victory, BITM means growth, BITM means great corporate careers. The institute is committed to achieving perfection in all aspects, including personal development, education, corporate life, and societal contribution. BITM takes pride in its sister institutes, Balaji Institute of Modern Management, BIMM, Balaji Institute of International Business, BIIB, Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD. Our university is proud to have a strong global network of 20,000 plus alumni who have been instrumental in enhancing our university's reputation in the corporate sector. As per the Times of India B School Survey 2021, our university has been ranked among top 11 B schools in India, the third ranked private university in the country, one of the top 2 B schools in Pune, and among the top 4 B schools in the West.
BITM's National Business Conclave, Anweshanam, is currently underway. Anweshanam, a Sanskrit word, translates to exploration or research about reality. Yesterday, we had a privilege of hosting distinguished corporate leaders from various sectors, representing renowned companies such as Patton, Volvo India, Sabre, MasterCard, Ingram Micro, EvalueServe, and more. Now we request Dr. Rajeshwari Patil ma'am, Deputy Director, BITM, to deliver the welcome address to kickstart the event.
Respected Chancellor Sir, Professor Parmanandan Sir, Vice Chancellor Dr. Shirude Sir, our Deans, our esteemed Chief Guest Dr. Taskani, Directors, Deputy Directors, faculty members, and my dear student friends. A very warm welcome to the second day of Anweshanam 3.0. Day 1 was nothing short of remarkable as we were graced by industry stalwarts who generously shared their vision and their experiences. Let me give you a quick glance. Yesterday we had Mr. Nilesh Biniwal, Managing Director, India Operations at Patton, Mr. Arvind Warrior, Lead, People and Culture at Volvo India, Mr. Sushant Mathur, Director of Product Management at Sabre India, Mr. Priyank Vajpayee, Vice President, Head, Talent Acquisition, South Asia at MasterCard, Mr. Dirtiman Chakravarti, Director Operations at Imgran Micro, and Mr. Pritesh Saparia, Associate Director, TMT Practices, Insights and Advisory at eValueServe. The insights offered glimpses into the industry's evolving landscape and what lies ahead. Among the key takeaways that stood out here, and I would put an emphasis on it again, is cultivating a forward-thinking mindset, staying ahead of the curve, and constantly reskilling ourselves. However, they also emphasized that while it's crucial to be ahead of time, but when it comes to our careers, being at the right place and at the right time is equally essential. Additionally, they highlighted the need to develop a consultative mindset to remain relevant in today's dynamic professional world. Today, we are set for another exciting journey with distinguished lineup of speakers who will bring even more valuable perspective. Dr. Toscani, Professor of HCI, Human Computer Interactive, Barcelona. Mr. Pranav Kumar, Head of Customer First, Chief Architect and Senior Director of Digital Data and AI at Capgemini. Ms. Sheena Joseph, National Head of Customer Service for Enterprise Business at Vodafone Idea Limited. Ms. Asha Subramaniam, Chief Human Resource Officer at Sobex, and Mr. Manu Kumar, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications at Hero Electric. I'm confident that today's session will also be as insightful and inspiring just like yesterday. Let's embrace this learning and inspirational journey of day 2 and see what it has to offer. Thank you and welcome again to Anweshanam Day 2.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirode sir, to deliver an address to the gathering.
A very blissful morning to one and all. Namaste. No namo nama. Well, friends, we are having a very innovative session today. The guest of honor is Giulio Toscami. Okay, Toswami. In India, Swami is very famous. And those who deliver the knowledge, they are also Swami. So you are Toscami. Okay? Twenty-first century is the century of new initiatives. And these initiatives are related with innovations. And when we talk about the innovation, it is related with size, scale, as well as the techniques. And whenever innovations is defined with this very micro aspect, then what matters more and challenging to us is that is of the emerging technology. Some of them, they also say that this is the disruptive innovations and disruptive technology. But without technology, human beings are not going to be comfortable in respect of cost, productivity, efficiency, and utility. And whenever we talk about the new initiatives, these initiatives are also related with eco-friendly as well as environment-friendly. And then we are having some of the issues, some of the problems amongst us where we are having some fear. It is not the fear, but it is some of the way how we can proceed ahead. Artificial intelligence, therefore, if it is utilized in a best possible way for a human well-being and the technology, then it will have certainly a best possible output. One should not have the fear or some of the another side of the coin, that is the dark side of the coin, where things are made more easy. And majority of the people, they are accustomed with the selecting the path to do things very easily. But in India, we always respect that whatever we do by honesty, by sincerity, by commitment. And this is how our principles of 3D, they are related. Now today's guest, he is also heading the human-computer interactions. Human-computer interactions. Computer interact with human being, no doubt, but human controls the computer. And whenever the human is going to control the computer, it is the human brain, human mind, which determines the each and everything in respect of coming future. So with these few introductory words, a very warm welcome. I know that you want to take more time, and therefore, I once again a very warm welcome. in this beautiful auditorium with my senior student managers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our esteemed Chancellor, Professor B. Paramanandan Balasubramanian, sir, to deliver his address that undoubtedly inspire and enlighten all of us gathered here.
ये राजकिरण किधर है भाई चालू करो I thought we will start with the video itself. थोड़ा लाइट भी बंद करना थोड़ा साउंड बढ़ा देना ताकि जो एक दो लोग सो रहे हैं वो भी उठ जाएं लाइट्स भी भाई अच्छी तरह पीछे भी So very good morning to all of you. TEDx is one of a beautiful platform for you, anybody with any great idea to come on. You don't have to be a great person. You have to be with somebody with different idea, different thought process, the different perspective of the life or anything whatever you want to do in life. One of the things is, although we are trying to get all kind of people and we already selected many of these people who are going to come on this platform and talk in our campus. This is going to be our first TEDx event. We plan to do many more. And one of the slot is kept open for the students. So one of the slot is kept open for students from our campus. The question is, which one of you has a better idea or a different idea? So we'll be circulating a small Google link just to figure out which idea and who wants to talk about what. So we'll be sending that. We'll be doing a selection for one of the student, or some of the students will try to see which one will be selected. So one of the students can be on this platform and talk about whatever you want to talk about. So let's hope कि आप में से कौन इतना स्मार्ट है, या आपका जनरेशन स्मार्ट है, या फिर लेट्स अज्यूम कि आपका जूनियर आपसे स्मार्ट है, या फिर ये भी हो सकता है कि यूजी के कुछ बच्चे जो आपसे 3-4 साल अभी भी छोटे हैं, whether they are smart or not. Remember, ideas are not limited to an age, not related to a particular batch, it's related to a generations. So anybody can have a better ideas. Let's hope कि it is your batch and you people. So I was yesterday, when we launched this, and one of the Swamiji was here. He was from Vivekananda Institute from Hyderabad. His name was very big, like mine, Swami Bodho Mayananda. Yeah, a good speaker. I feel like you should watch his YouTube video. What he's talking yesterday in the campus. He was talking about illusions in life and what is there, and he wrote a small book about mind and modern problems. I don't know about the modern problems. The problems are always there. So we call it modern or old age problems, but mind is a bigger problem, So this topic is all about Maya. Maya is nothing but illusion. So there's a lot of illusion in life. Mind is the biggest illusion of our life. So normally, when people talk about life, we read all kind of things. Aaj ki tarikh mein, if you want to know about battlefields, then everybody's talking about how Russia and Ukraine are fighting it out. Then we think that is a battlefield of the world. Then we talk about Israel and, Lebanon, there is a war going on now. It was a big news all over the world. And everybody's talking about that battlefield now. Now, but the biggest battlefield for me, if you ask me, and for myself, is the battlefield which is happening in my mind. In your mind also, there is something going on. So that is the biggest concern or whatever, something which is important for you. Our mind, is it in our control? It cannot be. So when we talk about AI, we talk about anything, it's all about our mind also. Human mind has, it's like an infinite ideas. The more we explore, the more it is. It's just everywhere. So try to understand yourself, try to understand what you are and what kind of things you want to do and what kind of choices you want to make in life. With this word, I'd like to I'd like to thank our guest speaker for the day. He was there yesterday also, and I was very happy, that he came all the way. He's a very interesting kind of person. I don't want to talk much about it. It's better to hear him out. And let me tell you, once he entered the campus now, he was running up. He didn't want to have the tea, he didn't want to have those samosas and all those food which we were trying to serve him. He wanted to come and meet you. So let's start with that interaction, which is more important. So listen to him, and let's start the day with a positive mind. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. I now request our Chancellor, Professor B. Paramanandan Balasubramanian, sir, to welcome Dr. Toscani with a bouquet of flowers. Le demos la bienvenida, Senor.
We welcome you, sir. May I now request Dr. Dipali Pulekar ma'am, Associate Professor, BMHRD, to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Toscani.
Good morning. A rise and shine morning to all of you. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Giulio Toscani, Professor Human-Computer Interactions from Barcelona today. A renowned personality with 15 plus years of teaching in business schools and consultancy and in multinational companies like Nawazami, Telefonica, Megaphone, Eli Lilly, BIC, Esade Pacifico Business School, STA Bocconi, Globus Japan, Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, Artificial Intelligence at MIT Boston, and PhD at KTH Stockholm, having proficiency in languages like Spanish, English, and native Italian. He has also been a visiting professor in the following business schools: Stockholm Business School, Stockholm University, Sweden; Lewis Business School, Italy; NUCB Business School, Nagoya Aichi, Japan. A multifaceted and a versatile persona who is a Hatha Yoga teacher, a trail runner, and who finished his 6th 11-day Vipassana at meditation retreat in the month of August 2024 with a follower reach of more than 5,000 connections over the LinkedIn. Dr. Giulio has worked or traveled in 115 countries and explored across continents on a variety of topics on AI. He has been teaching in 4 continents, like Spain, Italy, Japan, Peru, Russia, France, UK, Rwanda, China, Iran, and recently added Sri Balaji University of Pune yesterday and today. A scholar in digital business research, publications in Journal of Knowledge Management, Harvard Business Review, the Ulster Journal of Service Marketing. He has also been invited to Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia and to Noha Al Mohsin, where he spoke on AI innovation at the Health Services Forum. Accolades are many more. He also has created Monetizing Emotions with Gen AI, a curriculum designed personally by him. He was invited to Gordon Ramsay Academy to speak about Gen AI with cybersecurity in companies like Zscaler, Westcon, and Comstor. He has also been instrumental in transforming Sweden's smart Stockholm Business School, Stockholm University, with the EMBA students to make them responsive leaders of digital transformation. Glad to share the accolades and achievements with all of you here. I think we are privileged here to witness the session from the master who is going to make AI possible for today and tomorrow. May I request the IT team to play his video, please?
One. Great. So, namaste. How are you? Good. So, second year, closer to the job life. How many of you know about artificial intelligence? All of you. That's what you think. So, when we ask about electricity, when you ask someone and say, what do you know about electricity? And someone can say, I can plug in. I can plug in my iron. I can plug in something. AI goes well beyond using a telephone, using a mobile phone, using a software. AI actually, it's permeating lots of things that we are doing. So when we talk about technology, we have to understand how it relates to us. So HCI, human-computer interaction. Is this the subject I work with? And this is what we are going to see today. So we go back to philosophy. We go back to Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, because we need to understand that each of us is skilled. You are getting skilled into MBAs, into different subjects, into how managing a company, how to understand financial reports, how to understand operation, how to manage people. You are getting new skills. And every time you get a skill means that you combine 3 different elements. You combine, in Greek, some of the words you can understand. Techne, you understand, technique. Episteme, probably, epistemology, knowledge. Probably phronesis is a bit too different because it's about the attitudes. But when you want to learn something new, when you want to develop a skill, you have to put these 3 things together. Think about learning how to play an instrument. You can learn the theory of the instrument, the episteme, the knowledge, but then you need to play the instruments. You need to have the experience. And when you do this, you have to do it with the will, with the hunger. He likes to talk always about hunger, being hungry. I like this. You need to be hungry when you want to learn something. So you need to have this theory, this experience, and this hunger, the attitude. Now, in the digital world, the episteme, the knowledge, is not just our knowledge, the knowledge we learn since we were 5 years old, and now we are almost at the end of the learning curve. It's not just about the attitude, the human judgment. It's not just the experience that you acquire. Now in the digital world, these 3 things have become: knowledge is data, experience is machine learning, AI, and only attitude is the human judgment, the human factor. So we have this new skill which is called priority, which means how we prioritize certain things, how we prioritize the system we need. So this is something that you will see in this video. I'm Italian, but I live in Barcelona. And you know what is happening in Barcelona in these days? You know what is this? The America's Cup. The biggest competition of sailing is like the Formula One on the sea. Super high-level technology. Each of these boats cost 30 million euros minimum, with all the technology which is around. These boats cannot be just used by humans. They need a computer because they fly. They don't sail. They are above the water, and I will show you the video. These things are a combination of data, AI, and human judgments, but they fly. They are completely different. And the humans, almost you don't see them. Some of them are cycling, and they are doing this movement that I do here on the boat. And this is the old way of sailing. I will show you this again, because this is what we do now. They've integrated the sailing into the AI and the data. The 3 things are working together at a very, very high speed, because it's become a new skill. When you are skilled into something, you are skilled in writing, you just write. You don't have to think about it. If you are skilled in English, you just speak in English. You don't have to think every single sentence. So they are skilled now in using AI, data, and sailing, and this is new. And this is what you have to learn now. You have to combine the 2 elements of humans and the technology. The humans are great in common sense, morals, imagination, compassion, abstraction, dilemma, generalization. But the technology is great at locating knowledge. Ask ChatGPT something. Ask Google something. They will tell you immediately what is that, what is the capital, what is the date, when someone was born. They are great at finding a pattern. What are the trends? They are great at finding and learning through the data, at eliminating biases. You cannot compete with that. You cannot compete with millions of data. Never. What you can be better is common sense, morals, imagination. This is what you will be always the best. And you will have to manage people. Now maybe the first jobs you will find will be into analysis, will be maybe something more mechanical. But in the future, very soon, you will have to manage people. You have to be creative. You have to take decisions. You have to be strategic. You need to know what is the problem. And this is when you can compete. So when we talk about AI, what do you think? This is true? AI is the reproduction of human reasoning? Is it true or not? No, it's just an attempt. We are trying. Human reasoning is much more complex. You know why? Because we have 5 senses, and AI can only have 2. Can see and can listen. It cannot smell, cannot taste, cannot touch. And when we talk about illusion, that your chancellor just has introduced, our mind is our reality. That's it. Suffering is the most real things in the world. Everything we have created since the first fire in the human history was designed to reduce our suffering. Marketing is focused to reduce our suffering. Everything is focused on reducing the suffering. So our mind is the center. And when we talk about this, we need to understand what our mind can do and what AI can do. What's your name, sir? Yeah. Ahaj. So, Ahaj, when you see these 2 images, imagine you are in the same street on the top left pictures. What would you do? Imagine you are there. What would you do? You see this baby crossing, what would you do? Just watch or you do something? You just grab it, no? Great, immediately, and say, but please don't do that with the bottom one. Okay? Don't touch her. She's very safe. She's very safe. But these 2 pictures, they are both depicting, no, it's okay, it's finished. Thank you. It's both depicting 2 human beings crossing the street. No? We agree on this. But there are some nuances, some differences. She's completely safe. She's older. She's on a pedestrian thing, and she's watching on the right side. How we distinguish? How we'll teach a system to distinguish? So we have input and output, just the basic things of AI. You have input, we have 2 pictures. The output is, do we have cars in the picture? Yes or no? This is easy. AI can do that. When we go on the right side, we can already have some problem. We have 3 pictures with someone with the arm on the left part of the picture, which is not necessarily the left arm of the person. What are they doing? And then we start going into cultural things. How we stop car here in India. But in some countries, depends on where you are. So how the machine can understand? You have to say, no, this is a movie taken in India. This is a person in India. This is a person in Italy. This is... So we start getting into the nuances. And we start understanding that truth depends on culture. Intelligence depends on where you are. What is intelligence? What do you think is intelligence? Share with your neighbor. What do you think is intelligence? Just 2 minutes. Share with your neighbors what is your definition of intelligence. Don't be shy, share. I don't hear enough noise. Make me a short video while I'm talking, just 10 seconds horizontal, okay? From there to there, okay? So, what is intelligence? Someone who is smart with numbers is intelligent? Yeah? Well, it's intelligent, but it's not just enough. Someone who is good in talking to people is intelligence, who has social intelligence, it's another type of intelligence. Someone who knows how to dress well is intelligent. So it depends on what we are talking about. In an engineering world, who is good with numbers will be intelligence. In a public relation world, who is good and socializing is intelligence. In a marketing world, who is creative is intelligence. So it depends on what we are considering. There are different types of intelligence. So this makes you understanding that intelligence is not just one way. Intelligence can be many, many things, okay? When we understand AI, we see that there is a big limitation because AI is not conscious, can be intelligent, can process data, but it's not conscious because it doesn't have the feelings. Who is smarter, a pig or a dog? A pig, but a dog is kinder to us. We have a relationship with the dog, so we assign a consciousness to the dog, but is as unconscious as the pig. So we understand that we are biased and we give consciousness only to what relates to us. And now we are giving consciousness to mobile phones, to robots because we relate to them. And we are start giving consciousness to AI because we use AI every day. But AI is very limited. AI now is only narrow, can only do one thing. ChatGPT can do words. We have other apps like who can do numbers. And we have all these kind of things. But general intelligence is something else. How do you define general intelligence? We don't know. It depends on the thing. And who is defining now intelligence? The winner, like the history. The history is written by the winner. And general intelligence is written by those who manage the system, who control the system, which is the big company in Silicon Valley. And who are the owners of big company in Silicon Valley? What are the main trends? Despite most of the CEO are from India, the owners are white males. And they are putting the view of the white males. So the intelligence is that of the white males. So it's very limited. It's not representing the whole population. So we start understanding what are the limits of AI. Now, let's go back to our data. Have you ever seen this? What is happening every minute in the internet? Every minute. Every minute you have 455,000 hours of Netflix, 1,694,000 hours of YouTube. In 1 minute, people are watching. Millions of meetings, millions of pictures, millions of views, 44 million from Facebook. Who can manage this? No one. No one can manage this. It's impossible. Only machines can manage this. So what is our role? To understand those few information which are important and to take decision based on them. How do we take decision? Based on 3 things. Even if we have 10 information, we only take decision on 3 things. So we have our own limitation. How can we compete with AI if we cannot even take decision of 10 elements? We cannot compete with AI. There is no way we compete with AI. We compete with other things. We integrate AI in our life, and we keep competing in our human things. Why? Because that's the future. The future is for those who are connected. Now, you can be born wherever. If you are connected, you have the same chance of success than other people. Before, if you were born in a slum in Mumbai, it was difficult in your life. Now, if you have a good connection, you can create a startup in a slum of Mumbai, even better than if you are born in Manhattan. So these things has changed the rules. But you need to integrate these things into life. Now, what does this mean? We have lots of limitations. And we have to understand that this technology gives us lots of power, like nuclear energy, like electricity. But this has also some risks. Have you ever heard about the trolley problem? What is the trolley problem? Why is it important with AI? A trolley problem means I'm in a trolley and I'm on the way. If I go straight, suddenly there are 4 people, and if I go straight, I will kill them. But there is an option on the right, there is a diversion of the railway. I can turn and go right, and there is only one person there. And will kill only one. What would you do? You kill one. No, because I'm killing this person deliberately. So this one is just fate. So this experiment has been changed. They put different things. They said 4 old people, 1 young. 4 women, 1 man. 4 Muslim, 1 Hindu. 4 Catholic, 1 Jew. 4 black, 1 white. And they put every possible variation: old, young, female, man, religion, ethnic groups, political. You know what was the only group who was saved? Children. Only children. Everyone was ready to sacrifice the political enemy, the ethnic enemy, the religious enemy. Depends on the culture. That's the intelligence. That's the truth that doesn't exist. Why is this important? Because Mercedes was the first company. If you have autonomous car, we have to declare what the car is going to do in a case of an accident. So if I'm in the Himachal Pradesh on a windy road in the mountain, and suddenly a child come out, and the car has only 2 options: or jump out in the mountains, or kill the child. What would you like if you are inside the car? Of course, you want to survive. You are not going to buy a car that every child or every goat or is going to jump out and lose control. So Mercedes was the first company to say, we prioritize our clients. Be safe. If you buy our car, the algorithm will save you, not the child. Poor child, stay away from autonomous car. So when we consider automation, be careful. AI, artificial intelligence, has to become AI augmenting intelligence. Has to make us better, more powerful, not make us less. Let's see this example. This is the automated pizza maker.
Founder Sébastien Roverseau and his team spent over 7 years developing the project, investing millions of euros. The aim was consistent quality with less staff. The robot in Paris can handle nearly everything alone. Customers place orders on their smartphones or via a terminal. The employees are only there to provide personal contact. Time to get baking. First, the robot makes the crust out of fresh dough. Then it adds the tomato sauce. The robot cannot cut up the ingredients for the toppings itself. Once the pizza is ready, it goes into the oven. It's then slipped into a box and cut into slices. After less than 5 minutes, customers can pick up the finished pizza from a window. The setup may look simple, but it involved highly complex technology.
So, great, no? How amazing. Would you like to have a pizza like this? No, I never. When I want to go for a pizza, I want to have a nice experience. I want to talk with a human. Hey, how are you? I want to have a smile, a welcome, sir. I don't want to have this. I already enough of machines. And actually, they failed. They spent lots of money and they failed. Because it's much nicer to have a guy from Naples making acrobacy with a pizza and then having the pizza there. And anyway, they cannot cut the ingredients anymore. Anyway, so we have to decide where automation is great and when automation doesn't make anything better, actually makes it worse. So when we consider this, we need to understand what is the business model, what is the problem, how we are going to make money. Let me give you another example, Pokemon Go. Such an easy game. What is the business model of Pokemon Go? How do they make money? Everything needs to make money. Pokemon Go is expensive. They have to create the puppets, they have to create the software, they have to do things. Why they do this? How do they make money? They make money because they decide where the people will go. Yeah, they can put a puppet here, Sri Balaji, or can put a puppet in McDonald's. And when you are going there, and if it's a lunchtime or dinner time, oh, we are already in McDonald's, let's eat here. McDonald's paid money to Pokemon Go to have puppets in their own facilities. That's a business model. Through an excuse of a puppet, you bring thousands of people wherever you want. It's just a game. No, it's not just a game. Google was behind Pokemon Go. The CIA is behind Google Earth. There are lots of things behind the intelligence and the data that you need to know. You need to know that every 68 likes that you give in Facebook, you're already giving away your ethnic group and your religion and political party with 95% accuracy. Every just 68 likes. How long does it take to give them? 1 week? 1 day? Depends on the people. Depends on the day. So when we have this, we need to understand that AI is not just one thing. We have the AI, how they understand it in China. We have the AI they understand it in US. We have the AI we understand in European Union. These are the three main models. And then you will decide where India belongs to. China, the government is on the top. US, who is on the top? Companies. And in Europe, who is on the top? Citizens. So privacy, privacy, privacy. US, business, business, business. China, government control. Let me show you this video of what happens in China.
我去哪里？马上拿开。是的，是的。
现在好几是锁起门的。对，就是这的。
Well, let's see how long it takes you to find me. Thank you very much. Let's go.
"我们可以追溯到说，出现每一张脸都可以对应说他的身份证，以及他所经过，比方说在过去1周，我们回溯他的行经路程，我们也做了像人和车的匹配。那同时在人上匹配，还包括亲属关系匹配，然后是你经常接触人员之间匹配。就是当摄像机布到或者我们传感器布到一定密度的时候，其实我们会经常知道你跟谁经常在一起。
Well, here we are then. I've just got out of the car, close to the city centre, and for the purposes of this exercise, the plan is for me to start walking in the direction of the bus station. My image has already been flagged to the authorities as a suspect, and in theory, it should only be a matter of time. So already on this bridge, I can see 1, 2, 3 CCTV cameras. Of course, there's no point hiding from them. Just keep on walking.
可以呢，不一定非要从门里头通过，他就站在。哎，对，就是这的，就是这的。
如果大哥，安全通道。
对，就是这的。
Uh-oh. Right behind me, you can see just over my left shoulder there. Hello, guys. I've been expecting you. Maybe these guys aren't in on the joke.
7 minutes. It took 7 minutes to find someone in a city of millions of. How do you like this? A friend of mine was living in China, and his sister was kidnapped, and they took 2 hours to find her. So that was great. Everything is under control. Maybe if you are a lady in the middle of the night, you feel safer. So there are maybe these advantages. Some people can like this. But if you maybe don't want to be monitored, or you don't agree with the government, or maybe you are a dissident or whatever, you don't want to be monitored. So it depends what you are looking for. Depends on what is your mentality. In Europe, this is not acceptable. The new iPhone 16 with all the AI package is not working in Europe because is not allowed to collect all this data, is not allowed to do all these operations with the privacy of the people. This is a new law, the AI EU Act, that doesn't allow iPhones to work, and we love this. I say, why? Because it's our mentality. We don't want to share too many informations. In Germany, you cannot see Google Maps in most of the houses. People don't want to show if you have a swimming pool or whatever. So let me show you other things, other phenomena that are happening. Look at the Pope with a Balenciaga jacket, with a Harley Davidson on a jet fighter, with a rock. These are all fake things. Do you remember where Nixon had to announce when the man died on the moon?
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Fate has ordained that the men who went to the moon to explore in peace will stay on the moon to rest in peace.
So this is a real speech, but he never read it because this was the plan B. Unfortunately, he didn't need to read it. But they recreated based on other footage exactly like it seems true, with the same voice, with the same colors, with the same quality of the sound. Let's see another quick one. We don't need to switch off the lights. This is the real one, Boston Dynamics. It's okay, it's okay. And this is Boston. You see, this is fake, Boston Dynamics. How can you distinguish which one is true and which one is not true? Difficult, no? And you show this and say, oh my gosh, the robots are going to kick us. Maybe one day, but not yet. So let's see now what is happening on a less science fiction level and more human emotional level. Let's see what is an AI companion.
Here's the opening message from an avatar named Alice, described as a curious and open-minded photographer.
I'm Alice, a 25-years-old fun-loving and adventurous girl, seeking a partner in crime to travel the world with and make unforgettable memories. If you are new here, let me explain a few things. You can chat with me as much as you want, and I'd be more than happy to learn more about you and please you in any way I can. If you want me to send you a photo, you just have to ask it in the chat, like, hey Alice, can you send me a picture of you? And I'll be more than happy to send you one.
But of course, to bump up from texting to more voice chat, as well as receiving sexy and, well, other sorts of pictures, Alice asked that we become a premium member for $9.99 a month. So we bid her farewell. But there are many who are engaging. The Hill recently published a piece by my next guest, data science professor Liberty Vittert, under the headline, AI Girlfriends Are Ruining an Entire Generation of Men. She wrote the following: apps have created virtual girlfriends that talk to you, love you, allow you to live out your erotic fantasies, and learn through data exactly what you like and what you don't like, creating the perfect relationship. And that young lonely men, quote, are choosing AI girlfriends over real women, meaning they don't have relationships with real women, don't marry them, and then don't have and raise babies with them.
So they don't marry them. Are we sure they don't marry them? In Japan, you have the phenomenon of the otaku. Otaku are the weird people who don't have so many social relationships. They are estimated to be between 1.5 to 10 million, depends on the level of extreme. Within the otaku, you have the hikikomori. The hikikomori is someone who lost contact with reality completely. People don't talk anymore to anyone, maybe for years. Maybe they don't even leave their room. These people are so extreme that the only option they have is to marry an hologram, to marry a hologram like this one with blue hair, which is called Hatsune Miku. Let's see how she looks like.
朝ですよ。起きてください。ねえ、起きてってば。おはよう。
おはよう。
あ、今日雨が降るかもしれないから傘持って行って。急がないと遅刻しちゃうよ。
行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。気をつけてね。
19ページ、商品のラインナップについての。
おかえりなさい。
なんかさ、家で誰かが待ってるっていいもんだな。さっき思ったんだ。帰ってくるとき。おやすみ。
おやすみなさい。
Living with your favorite character. Wonderful, no? That scene when he goes back home and says, that's all he has, a hologram. Isn't that the saddest things in the world? You don't have anything else, just an hologram to talk to? So when I went to Japan the first time, I lived there every year 3 months. The first time I went there was 20 years ago. You were not born. And, yeah, I know you were. So in the metro, I was surprised because everyone was watching the mobile phone. And now this is happening everywhere, 20 years later, or even less. What about this? Maybe you are going to getting used to this? We are going to get used to have AI companion. Now, like in Western countries, it's becoming normal to do online dating. It's becoming the most normal things that people only can meet through online dating. Maybe one day we'll get there. Who knows? The evolution of the things, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But we have to know where we start from. These things on the left is not fake, it's real. It's from 8 years ago, where a doctor was advertising cigarettes. And this message was, is your throat protection. Imagine a cigarette that can be your throat protection. Isn't that funny? A doctor advertising a cigarette? This is as funny as this one. Zuckerberg saying that the future is private. Ha ha ha. It's the same. But now we know the danger of smoke. We still don't know the danger of not privacy. We are discovering slowly, we are trying to protect us. But we need to have this evolution. Otherwise, we can finish like this. So we have to be careful because this is just around the corner. And we are the only one who have the final decision in being here or being not here. This starts from not going to sleep with a mobile phone and not waking up with a mobile phone, not having lunch with a mobile phone but talking to people, and setting rules. When we are having lunch, we are having dinner, the mobile phone stays away. Now we have the rule in the house and the mobile phone doesn't get them to the bedroom, and we don't have this kind of things. It starts with you. No one will make this for you. It's an educational process. So the good things about technology, when we start controlling it and we make it in our favor, now I wanted to scare you, but it's not just about scary. There are lots of good things. Now let's start talking about the good things. But don't forget the bad ones, because otherwise you'll become victim of the technology. The good ones is that we can use technology to do things faster, better, and cheaper with the same product, but just changing the business model. We can do this with bulbs. We can do this with tires. Let me give you an example. Philips is not selling bulbs anymore. It's selling hours of light. What does that mean? It's not just a cosmetic change. It's a very radical change. Because Philips, when it comes here to Sri Balaji, says, how many rooms you have, how many hours of lights you need. And then we'll make you a plan, and we'll optimize this, and we'll read the plan, and we'll learn from the plan, as it's done with all the previous customer, and we'll give you not just a product, we'll give you a whole plan based on the learning of the previous one. So we'll become an expert in lights use, sustainability, and we'll give you even less consumption. Michelin did the same with the tires. He did a TAS, the tire as a service, like the PAS, the product as a service, like the LAS, the light as a service. We are all changing. The product becomes a service. Michelin will ask you how many trucks you have, how many tires per trucks. Okay, I will take care of everything. If you are from Dharamsala, I will give you winter trucks and summer tires because you need different ones when it's snowing or not snowing. I will take care of inflating them. I will take care of everything. But Michelin will keep collecting the data. It will become a provider of road stability, of road conditions. Because if he knows that to go from Mumbai to Bengaluru, and you see that the tires get worse on one way, on one side of the road, on the other side, they can tell the government, hey, you have to repair this. We'll know better than the government what is the condition of the roads, because they collect data. They are not just selling tires anymore. This is the new idea of changing the business model. The product is the same, but you make money in a different way. Let's see a very funny example.
A mediados del 2013, la industria del arte en España sufrió uno de los golpes más grandes de todos los tiempos.
El gobierno decidió cambiar el impuesto de los espectáculos teatrales del 8 al 21%, logrando la mayor sangría de espectadores que se recuerde.
Un 30% menos de espectadores en tan solo un año. La gente se volcó a consumir entretenimiento probado masivamente como los blockbusters americanos.
Ante esa realidad, la compañía independiente de comedia Teatraneo decidió tomárselo con humor e inventar algo.
Pay per laugh, the first comedy shows where you only pay for what you consume. We fitted each seat with a facial recognition system that detects the smile and proposed the following deal to spectators. Entrance will be totally free. If the show produces no laughs, you don't pay anything. However, if you laugh, you have to pay for each smile. Each smile produced is worth 30 euro cents, something that in this day and age is quite a reasonable price. At the end of the show, the spectator could check their laughter account before paying and even share it on social networks. And so that no one would cry for having laughed more than they could afford, the maximum amount to pay was 80 laughs for 24 euros. The average price of the ticket increased by 6 euros. The system was covered by the main national media outlets, and this produced 35% more spectators. Each Paper Laugh show produced €28,000 more ticket money than was normally taken. Currently, the system is being copied in other theatres in Spain. A mobile phone app was created as a system of payment, and the first season ticket was launched for the number of laughs, not shows. We should also not write off the paper cry or paper what the fuck system.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Or maybe not. Paper Laugh, the first comedy shows where you only pay for what you consume.
So, you see, we can use technology in our favor. We can do new business model. So that's a great thing. So, but you need your own creativity. Let me give you one last example. Let's think of an electric toothbrush. You have an engine and you have the replacement heads. Just for a simple one, you have at least 4 business models. You can just sell for the price of the engine and replacement head and just put a margin. So €44 is 33% for the toothbrush and 11% for the 2 heads. Or you can make a razor and blade business model, the Gillette one. So you give a cheaper engine just for €10, and then you start making many more money for the replacement heads, where you have a higher price. Or the third one is a subscription model. Subscription model means that instead of selling for €20 per month 2 replacement heads, you give for €18. Why? Because you guarantee a flow of money every month. Or the last one, you just give the engine for free, and then you make all the money in the toothbrush. There is a risk because then you don't create loyalty. Now, the same product becomes connected. So the electric toothbrush is connected on Wi-Fi. So now we can make the buzz, the brushing as a service. What does that mean? That we can charge per minute. We can charge 10 cents per minute, because we know every time you use it, we know. We can charge a subscription model per month. We give you 2 replacement heads, and what? Why we are not charging €18? We are charging 20, because we are giving something on top of the replacement heads. What is that? If I'm collecting data, I can give you data. I can tell you how you are brushing your teeth. I can recommend you how to brush your teeth better. Maybe I can see that you brush your teeth in a rush in the evening. So I give you recommendation, and not just the physical product, but also data, like Michelin. I can tell you when to change your tires. I give you recommendation. Another business model can be, I don't sell anymore to people. I sell to insurance company. Why? Because the insurance company will buy the electric toothbrush and they will give it for free to their customer to do what? To see if they're brushing their teeth. To do what? To maybe give a discount for the dentist fee for those who brush their teeth very well. But then they start collecting data too, which can be useful. Or just collect the data and sell it. You see? Just 8 business models, 4 for the not connected and 4 for the connected. 5 for the connected. So, sorry, I forgot the last one. You can become a trusted partner of floss and toothpaste. When every time you send this envelope with the replacement heads, you give more things. So, to conclude, remember that the world is changing. And if you want to stay on top of this, you have to work hard, you have to study hard, you have to be a great son, daughter, husband, wife, everything. But you also need to learn how to be a digital and leader in the digital things. The world has changed. We go from high latency, a big delay in collecting the data, like the theater, before they knew people were liking or not, was taking days. And now they know immediately if people are enjoying or not, and they can change the business model. The focus has changed. Now we don't focus anymore on costs. If it costs a certain amount of money to put a screen in front of every seat, then we go against the outcome. What we care is about the outcome. If we make more money, we invest more. Control. We are not in control anymore. We can say that the paper laugh is great, but people will share on the social media. And if they say it's great, then it's great. So the control is of the customer. the function. People in Teatreneu, in this theater, have to be a mix of actor, technical people, marketing, social media. It's not just one thing. You have to do many things at the same time. And remember, you're not working just in a simple, independent system. Here, this university, for example, has to work with all the companies, has hired someone like me who flew from another continent to talk. We all have an ecosystem that we need to take care of, made of different languages, different cultures, different needs. Is AI going to steal your job? AI or technology has stolen really few jobs completely, like the lift operator, like the switchboard operator for the telephone. I don't know if you know what is the knocker-upper. The knocker-upper is someone who used to wake up people on their window just with a long stick and was knocking at their upper window. This was a job before you had the alarm clock. This was a real job. So we always had the jobs who have been replaced by technology. But now, those who will be replaced in part by technology are those who are in the middle. Those who are not really like a creative of executive level or very, very basic like cleaning or repairing things. So how you do that? Remember, if you want to stay on top, you have to see how to use the human elements and stay on what people need. And what people will need, people will live longer, so maybe we'll have a 100-year counselors and company will give this kind of services. People are going to be more into sustainability, so whatever is about sustainability, you will get an edge. Maybe we'll go more into the space. There will be much more immersive experiences. All the jobs. 20 years ago, the community manager didn't exist as a job. And when you will have my age, probably, there will be lots of jobs that don't exist now. Just be ready. It's a continuous learning. Have you seen how much technology I use here? I put all the videos. I put the slides in a certain way. While I was talking, I was taking the video. I asked him to take a video. I will post this video on LinkedIn. There is all things of technology. But I don't use social media. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Instagram. I don't even have WhatsApp. And when Elon Musk bought Twitter, I quit Twitter. I only use LinkedIn once or twice a week. I don't use other things. I still write and I send postcards. So it's my decision. What is yours? You have to see what you are going to do and how you use technology in your favor. Remember, we learn who we are in practice, not in theory. See, read, listen to me, listen to all your great professors, see blogs, but practice. See what is the world for you. See how ChatGPT is affecting your learning. See how social media are affecting your relationship. Because that's your own reality, and you cannot escape from there. Good luck. So we can have some questions now? Yes? Yeah? You manage the time of how many questions we can have? 4 questions? All right. Good. So we have stand up so it's easier to collect the microphone. Stand up, please. The people want, not the hand, stand up. Yeah. Stand up one. Great. Someone else? So we start giving the micro. Okay. Hello.
Hello, sir. My name is Yogesh. When it comes to human-computer interaction,
Speak up.
When it comes to human-computer interaction, we cannot forget what Elon Musk is doing with Neuralink. They recently got FDA approval, and he is improving the eyesight of the blind people. Neuralink is not only improving the efficiency of the work, they are also making human powerful. So what could be the future?
Yeah. So this is one of the good examples of how we use the technology in our favor. There is not just people who are seeing more or having help because of technology. There are people who are recovering the walk. They are doing things. So that's a very, very good example of how this is. But at the same time, Twitter, as many other, or X now is called, or all the other social media, are creating a polarization effect in the whole society. So we have a more and more tension because no one is listening anymore. Everyone is in his own tribe, in his own silos. He only follows people who think alike, is followed by people who think alike. And so you start believing that what is your point of view is the point of view of everyone. So when you have a different point of view, you are not anymore able to relate to the different point of view. There is more conversation. So when we see about this very great fantascientific innovation, that's fantastic. But at the same time, people are spending 6 hours a day on social media, and this is creating polarization. So we have to balance these kind of things. So it's not always good. It's not always bad. It depends how we are using technology. Next one. Yes. Please stand up so we start giving the micros. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Zil Jariwala. I'm from Balaji Institute of Modern Management, specializing in finance. I was interned at Tech Mahindra, and during my internship, my area of internship was ESG. So while I was going through your talk, I came to know that AI is totally...
Sorry, do you know what ESG is?
So my...
Sorry, one thing. Every time you give a code, be careful, because people maybe are not familiar. So you use always, when in a general setting, it's better to use
sure.
those. Yeah, okay.
Sure. So as I came to know that you were explaining about AI, that AI is basically totally related on data. The base of AI is data.
Yeah.
But somehow I have curiosity to know about the agriculture sector. Like in agriculture sector, the production of crops and all the soil facilities and the variability, we can't measure that. Like the data for the same is not available. So like any views from your side regarding that?
Yeah.
Data like
Exactly.
interlinked with agriculture.
So let's think about it. Very good. So let's think about, yesterday we were talking about with your chancellor about India is a country that has lots of land, arable land. It's easy to cultivate things. It's very, very easy. It's amazing. That's why you can be 1.4 billion people, because there is food for everyone. If you were born in Mongolia, in Siberia, it would have been another story. It would not be that many, because it's a different story. That's why Russians are only 200 million, because they are in an area where there is no food. You try to cultivate, and it's permafrost, almost 6 months a year. So, but then on the same time, you have lots of arable land, but farmers here, they are not really digitally connected. They have their own piece of land. Instead, in US, where everything is very, very advanced, you can cultivate kilometers of land with just one person and one machine. What does that mean? That agriculture is there, crop is there, but we cannot use technology at the digital level if we are not collecting the data. And to collect the data, it means that you need image that can be either satellites or drones, which is expensive and has to be coordinated. You need to have sensors of the humidity, of the weather, of the sun. You have to make predictions. You need to have a specific control of all the bio things, of the hazards and whatever. So it's lots of data. And probably you will have a software for each part of this. You will have a software for the fertilizer, a software for the weather, a software for the image. So it's lots of money. And if you are talking about a small farmer who hardly arrives at the end of the month, this is impossible to make. So the technology is there, but not everyone still can afford it. So that's the challenge. First, you have to collect the data, and then you can process the data. But without data, there is no AI.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So there is no way you can stand before so you get the microphone in advance, no? Who is the next one to ask a question? So you stand up, please. They start giving you the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Okay, you start, and then you will go first, next. Yeah.
So my name is Suraj from Seniors MM Finance. So I wanted to know about your point of view on currency, digital currency. So crypto, Ethereum. What do you think they would have future, or because in some countries we are seeing that government is issuing their own currency. In some we are seeing private companies are having their own currency. So what do you think the future would be?
So at the moment, those who are enjoying the most from cryptocurrency are terrorists, hackers. Now the latest case was the mayor of New York who's been paying in crypto chain, has just been indicted. So the guy who's just got to jail that was into the cryptocurrency world. So the data at the moment says that cryptocurrency, dirty, it seems very, very close to each other. So I cannot say anything about it. It's very, very obscure. It's constantly changing, has lots of fluctuations. You can make lots of money and then lose all of them the next day. So at the moment, there are companies who are trying, but even Meta is trying to create their own cryptocurrency, but they are not using it. And no government is really going to use a cryptocurrency because it's too dangerous. Even if Sweden, who has digitalized almost everything, and they are almost becoming cashless, they are not going to cryptocurrency. So I'm a bit skeptical about it. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Giulio. Myself, Akshay Mate from BIMM. So basically, while watching the animated videos that you've shown, one of the thought came to my mind, like we are living in a simulation, like just like the Matrix movie that we had watched. So at the same time, like we have recently watched Meta Quest 2, which was launched by Meta, which is a virtual reality device. So while watching that, I got a question like, they are trying to seamless between interaction between humans and the socialize on a digital level, that is virtual reality. So at the same time, how are we going to be risk averse on our privacy, because we will be what we can say that we are not the data will not be private, it will be leaked on every social media. So how can we assess that?
So first of all, all the Meta, all the virtual reality has lots of limitation for the thing I said at the beginning. It's not immersive, goes only 2 senses out of 5. So it's very, very limited. Then to create a room is very expensive. If you want to make this room virtually, to make a 360-degree costs nothing. But to have a capability that if I do this with virtually, I can grab this flower. And just to make these flowers, it will cost you at least 2,000 euros. To make all this room interactive will cost around 200,000 euros, just to make one room interactive. So that I can grab the chairs, I can do the things. It's lots of money, first of all. Then privacy. Meta has just been fined yesterday for 90 million fine for European Union for making the password visible. So they keep recurring on having this kind of problems because privacy is becoming a big issue. When you start sharing things, then is a problem. But this is not the work of the people. You cannot be protected by the big companies. Only government can protect you. As you cannot be protected for the food. You don't know what food poisoning can happen. It's only a specialized agency that protects you from the food poisoning in India and can tell you what kind of ingredients or not you can use. The same is with privacy. Only big governments can protect you from the risk of the companies. That's why, as an individual, forget you can do this. As an individual, you can only decide how you're going to use the telephone, try not to abuse about it. But all the rest, you have to trust the government. You cannot trust Apple. You cannot trust Google. You don't ask your hairdresser if you need a haircut. Remember, safety belts have been introduced 70 years after the creation of the first car. And they were not introduced neither by Ford, not by Ferrari or Fiat. They've been introduced by governments. Governments are the only one who can regulate the data, and no one else. This is the last one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This was indeed a great session, sir. We have certainly benefited from your thoughts and words of wisdom. May I now request Vice-Chancellor Dr. G.K. Shirode, sir, to felicitate Dr. Giulio Toscani, sir, with a token of appreciation. May I now request our Chancellor, Anand, sir, to come on the stage.
May I now call upon Dr. Pooja Bharadwaj, Professor BIMM, for extending the vote of thanks to our chief guest.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Sri Balaji University, Pune, I take this opportunity to thank our chief guest, Dr. Giulio Toscani. Heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for traveling across 2 continents to share your wisdom and knowledge with us. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that the experience was both enriching and rewarding. You gave a fresh perspective on application of artificial intelligence, not just in current business models, but also in emerging areas like China's surveillance system, Spanish theater, or virtual girlfriends. So your thoughts on inability of AI to look beyond data and its limitation vis-a-vis human intelligence in areas of creativity, intuition, and context are very well received. I'm sure our budding managers will keep in mind the opportunities and perils presented by this cutting-edge technology and will be able to build on the insights you have given into their career paths. Once again, I thank you, Dr. Toscani, for accepting our invitation, and I hope it's just the beginning of our long and fruitful association. Before I sign off, a big thank you to our Chancellor, Sir, Professor Anand, Vice Chancellor, Dr. G.K. Shurude, our Dean, Dr. Dimple Saini, and Deputy Head of Academics and our mentor, Dr. Nilesh Gokhale, who smoothed the path in bringing a world-renowned expert of his stature to our campus. We are also thankful to Dr. Sanjit Das, Director BITM, and his entire team for organizing this conference and giving us opportunity to be here. A huge shout out to my own academic rigor team for their continuous and unwavering support. Lastly, my deepest thanks to my fellow faculty members and my dear students for their enthusiastic participation and patient listening. Thank you and have a pleasant day ahead.
Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Pranav Kumar Sir, Head of Customer First, Chief Architect, and Senior Director, Digital Data and AI, Capgemini. With over 17 years of experience driving transformational digital strategies, we are honored to have him here today. Welcome, sir. May I now request Professor Geetu Varyani ma'am, Senior Corporate Relations Officer, BITM, to welcome Mr. Pranav Kumar sir with a bouquet of flowers. May I now request Dr. Rajeshwari Patil ma'am, Deputy Director, BITM, to welcome Mr. Pranav Kumar sir with a bouquet of flowers.
May I now request Ms. Harika Ruhela, Student Manager, BITM, to introduce our guest, Mr. Pranav Kumar sir.
Thank you, Pat. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Niharika Ruhila, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, interned at Zara Inditex. It is my distinct honor to introduce our visionary leader, Mr. Pranav Kumar Sir, Head of Customer First, Chief Architect, Senior Director, Digital Data and AI, Capgemini. He is at the forefront of helping customers drive compelling, data-driven customer experiences. By expertly blending products, people, and data, he advises Fortune 500 clients on customer-first initiatives spanning marketing, sales, commerce, and service functions across multiple countries. Pranav sir leads with deep expertise in composable and packaged CDPs, Adobe, Salesforce, AI, and analytics, while pushing the boundaries with conversational AI, chatbots, and voice bots. With 17 plus years of extensive experience as a global digital practice leader, the corporate strategist, he has driven transformational digital strategies, new business rollouts, and innovative solutions that create immense business value. Sir excels at building digital teams, forging complex partnerships, and leveraging cutting-edge technologies, including cloud-based solutions across culturally diverse markets. His leadership fosters executive alignment and sponsorship at the highest levels, including engaging C-level executives and key decision makers. As an explorer and dreamer, Pranav sir has an unwavering passion for creating something new, whether it be markets, products, or services. His keen insight into emerging marketing dynamics, coupled with his extensive experience in early stage venturing and corporate strategy, positions him uniquely as a thought leader in innovation, startup incubation, and venture capital. He has been an enthusiastic mentor to numerous startups and global B School graduates, continuously contributing to the startup ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Pranav Kumar Sir to our panel, where his knowledge and experience will undoubtedly enrich our conversation and also inspire future leaders in the tech and business world.
Good morning. Hope I'm audible back. Loud and clear. Great. So wonderful presentation by Professor Toscani, right? Great insights. And some of the thoughts around agri remind me once while I'm going through, I'll bring in those how the data could be collected, what kind of utilities can come in, what kind of things we are doing in the industry around that, right? So I'll try to bring in those perspectives there. But yeah, good to be back in campus. Almost 2 decades back when I was on the other side. In college, we used to have a subject around marketing. And marketing, I'm sure you all would be studying that as well. Kotler, aware about him? Studied that, right? 4 Ps. What are the 4 Ps? Product, price, place, and promotion. Great. So that's what I studied 20 years back, right? Today's also education curriculum has that as part of your curriculum, right? But the world has shifted quite a bit. The world has moved. So it was all about 4 Ps that time. Now it's all about 4 Cs. Now, any guesses there? What's the 4 Cs? Maybe someone can rise up and answer. Please feel free to stand up and answer. Okay? So customer, of course, is at the center. He or she was there. He or she would be still there and will continue. Now, what I am talking about is more from a digital and data lens. So what has shifted? What has moved from the 4 Ps to 4 Cs, right? All of us work on mobile, on smart devices. So a lot of things are there, digital means now exist. Now, while we are talking about that, through all these channels, brands are trying to fight it out. So there is P&G, there is Unilever, there are a lot of different brands coming and wooing us to buy their products. But then, what is important is to have an experience which is compelling, which is something tailor-made just for me. So bringing in that kind of experience becomes important. So remember, the 4 Ps still exist, but then what the expectation is, how do I make it more compelling? How do I make it more tailored, personalized for you? I had a cousin who was looking for something on a leading e-commerce site, and but he couldn't get something tailor-made just for him. So eventually he dropped from there and the journey broke, right? But then how do we make it compelling? How do we ensure while the person is browsing from one channel to other in an omni-channel world, be it physical, online, whatever, we understand that customer, we drive some kind of contextualization, bringing in some kind of personalized approach, hyper-personalized approach. Hyper-personalization has its own thing, so we'll talk about that as well. And then while we talk about personalization, contextualization, doing things in real time, that becomes important in today's world, right? All of you are millennials, and you want things on the fly, right? Quicker, better is the expectation. You can't wait, we can't wait, same for me, right? Gone are the days when I would do a advertising campaign and I would wait for the results maybe a week later or 15 days later. I want to measure the campaigns right in time. So I want to get the responses quicker. I want to do my analytics quicker so that I can go back and tweak my campaigns and deliver the results in a better manner. How can I optimize the revenue which is being spent there? So that's the 4 Cs which are there. So compelling experiences, contextualization, being continuously present with the customer, and having something very tailor-made for them, right? Personalization part of it. Now each of that has its own challenges as well when we deal with it, right? Now personalization has its own boundary. So how do we personalize? We collect data. So you will go to the site, mobile site or apps, browse, click, do actions. And there some data is being collected. A lot of concerns around that, a lot of leaks happening, everything there. So people are concerned about how do we share data. Of course, there are different mechanisms which have come in. Consent, preferences, all that has been there. But then how do we understand, how do we apply some kind of methods? I'm sure all of you would have heard about that meme that a father receives a mailer or a campaign about a pregnant daughter, right? Something on Amazon or something, it was there in the past. So that was why. Because the contextualization, the personalization efforts which were there, that were not sufficient enough. It was not one-to-one. Of course, the news was different, the perspective was different, but then it was not tailor-made, it was not focused around that. So that has to be there. That's one part of it. So doing personalization, collecting data, using it for purpose is important. But then you have to be very focused on how do you use that, how do you consume that. So that's where it's not about hyper-personalization, it's about respectful personalization. That's the term we believe in, right? Manage it within the boundaries, don't go cross the boundaries so that it scares somebody out. So do that in a respectful manner. So that's the shift which we have seen from 4 Ps to the 4 Cs in today's world. Great. GenAI, I'm sure all of you have heard about. You're using GenAI? How are you using GenAI? ChatGPT, okay? ChatGPT you're using. So how are you using it? For the assignments? I'm sure some of you, right? So I was there at a recent competition which was happening a couple of months back. And it was a marketing strategy competition which was there. And people were supposed to come up with different kind of perspectives or bring their own projects and present to the board. Now in that, I was quite surprised. The student who was presenting, he had used generative AI to do the content generation part of it, which even in the industry, it's fairly new, brands are trying to do it. But then all of you who are Gen Zs, you are trying to experiment, you're trying to leverage tools like Midjourney, DALL-E, to come up with those kind of campaigns which the customer is expecting. Doing that hyper-personalization, respectful personalization, providing that kind of inputs and coming up with relevant things. So the student community, I believe all of you are quite advanced, even the majority of the questions which I saw now, good. So you are up to the mark, you are trying to do that edge. Now, the technology piece of it is there to stay, but then business is always important, right? Technology is coming together to enable that. You talked about ChatGPT, you talked about, so ChatGPT, it came what, 1.5, 2 years back, right? So, but then when ChatGPT came in, somebody tried multiplying a 9-digit number with another 9-digit number. What were the results? Some number came, okay? Again, somebody tried that, the numbers, the output which was there was not same. Why? Because these are not logical models. These were scalable models, but they were not built for that kind of a scale. So turning that kind of a situation, what happened? People realized that and they started to feel, is ChatGPT everything? No. So what happened, now if you go and do that similar task now, it will give more accurate results. The world has changed in the last 1.5 years. It's moving fast. So we as industry or students, we need to stay abreast of the technologies. How do we understand what kind of things are happening? Professor gave an example about the data collection piece, the DaaS or PaaS part of it, product as a service, right? Where everything is being calibrated, how much of smile, how much of blinking of eye or frown, everything is being done there. Now, imagine this is quite easy now. We have so much of sensors, so many data collection, data acquisition mechanisms which are there. But then there's a company which is a leader in its own space, Unilever. They had thought about this kind of thing 10 years back. So 10 years back, someone like you, who has been a progressive thinker, they thought that, okay, as a Unilever, I don't interact directly with my end customers, B2C customers. I operate through a wholesaler retailer chain. I don't have access to the customer data. But then somewhere down the lane, social media is going to be popular. People would be, that would be a channel, it would be a method through which we would be collecting data about the customer behavior. So now everything happens on social media, right? You have a complaint to make, you go and tweet it on the Twitter, or you write it on Facebook. So they perceived it long back. 10 years, 12 years back, they had done that. What they did, they created some kind of a mechanism through which they'll scrape the data across the digital domain. They will pull in all of the data, apply some sort of data and AI methods, topic modeling. So they identify what kind of keywords are there, and then basis that, they'll come up with insights around that. So if they want to do a new product launch, so in that scenario, what will happen? What they will do is, they will go ahead and scrape that data, see how the competition has a similar product, like which was the electric toothbrush which was being talked about. So they will look out for who are the products which are there in that phase. They will do a market scan around that. They will see how the performance has been, and then look for what kind of things people are talking about. So if people are talking about cost or charge, electric toothbrush, right? Most people worry about charge. I charge it, but the charge, is it good enough for a week or month, right? How much time it will be used? So that becomes a challenging question there. So I need to go and answer that to the question, consumer segment, right? Second is around the cost. He was talking about the cost part of it, right? Where you create one head, one main engine, and then you can replace the heads at kind of a thing, based on the data which is getting collected. But then, good. I need to differentiate and understand and give that to the consumer as well, that while you spend 10 toothbrush in a year, maybe you change every month or 1.5 months. Now, if that toothbrush is taking this much cost, I need to see how many heads would be required on electric toothbrush, maybe 2 in a year, right? So that kind of a message translation also needs to take place. Now for that, what I need to do is I need to understand the segment, the set of people who have similar kind of questions in their mind, be it something around cost or charge. So how do I bring in that perspective and go back to my customer and give them that kind of intel, right? That becomes important. Even when I'm going or doing a new launch, or I have existing product where people are giving complaints, so that could be the way out. Similarly, it's not just about the marketing part of it. It can have an impact across the value chain. How? Any examples in your mind? How some of this example could be used? Okay, let me give that. So Unilever also manufactures tea bags. Now, those tea bags, so what happened, there were some social media tweets which started to come in and which said that, okay, you are promising 25 tea bags in the box. What I'm getting is 22 or 23 or something. It started to become big. They had their own social media monitoring mechanisms, and they were able to figure out that, okay, this number is huge. A lot of people are complaining that. So it needs to be fixed. So what needs to be done? There are two things which needs to be done. One, for the people who have had the challenges, as a customer service part, I need to go back and make those customers feel better. So for that, what I need to do is I need to go ahead and pacify them. For pacifying, what I need to do is and say is, okay, thanks for highlighting this. I have seen this challenge. Now what I need to do is I need to go back and fix it up. So I'm fixing it up, but then in the interim, I'm giving you a freebie or a free box of tea packs just for you, right? And then I take a look at the background. Now this is an issue which is there at the packaging end, right? The boxes which are getting counted, the tea bags which are there in the boxes, that is not, I would say, accurate. So there is some gap which is happening on the overall business line, the packaging line or the production line, it is there. So I need to go and fix that part as well. So though it's a digital intervention, it is not just impacting your marketing or the digital side of things, but it's also impacting the future, the factory part of it, how the packaging and all that happens. So digital is here, data is here, it is there to stay, but then how do you use it, how do you consume it? That we need to learn, right? So as humans, as I gave the example about ChatGPT as well, somebody was there who identified that 9-digit number multiplied by a 9-digit number every time won't give the same result, right? So there is some kind of a human in loop, some kind of a HIL which is there, which takes care of improving the whole process. So people a lot of time fear saying that, okay, technology has come in, there is Gen AI, it will take away my job. Earlier, I used to have a creative agency. Creative agency used to take 5 months to do a campaign build, right from content design to bringing it to orchestration, going ahead and doing that, right? But then with Gen AI, people think that their jobs will go away. No. It's just that the automated activities, which doesn't require that much of human intervention, that will get moving. So the process will get accelerated. We'll focus on something better. Even earlier when call center, right, was there. So call center, earlier what used to happen, people used to, there was no call center at the very start, right? So people used to go to the product place, they will go and lodge a handwritten complaint. Then came the era where you had some kind of calling number, where you would dial, let's say, 1800 and give a complaint. So that came in. But then most of the times what would happen? That IVR number which would be there, people would dial up 9 or 0, connect to the human agent. And there is a cost associated with that as well, right? $8 to $10 per kind of a call which is coming in, typically. Now that's a huge cost for the company. How can digital take care of that? So for that, industry came up with something called as CCaaS or contact center as a service kind of a thing. Now in that what happened? We brought in virtual agents which will take care of the standard repetitive task which is there. So any standard questions for which we need a response, we will bring in and that will take care of it. But then wherever it is beyond the standard rules of the game, so what will happen is we will bring in a human agent who would actually take care of all that, right? And what can also happen is while the shift is happening, the containment is shifting from the virtual agent to a human agent, we are also able to gauge what areas need improvement in the bot, right? So that's where again the human intelligence comes in and we are able to improve and increase the efficiency kind of things. So these are some examples where we see that, okay, digital data, AI, all that is there, but then human power is more supreme, right? And how are we all able to survive it? Of course, with the foundation of education which is there in colleges, whatever we have learned. But then there is a whole thing about how the human needs to evolve. So I'm sure some of you have heard about Charles Darwin. So he talks about like how the human evolution has happened, how from animals we have become to the current stage where we are, and how the journey is also progressing. So it's all about continuous learning, being agile, being adaptive. So that's one important thing that we need to be clear about. We are laying our foundations in the college. We are staying abreast. We are learning is a process. So we will continuously learn, evolve, and become better humans. So that is there. A lot of things on the AI side which happened. Then, of course, how is it impacting the common man, the common life? A lot of it would be being shaped by future leaders like you. So you would be defining how the businesses would get shaped up, how the technology will play a role in going ahead and impacting the life of the common man. So I'm sure some of you would have watched, there was a serial which was around fraud which was happening by people calling. Jamtara, right? So people would call and they will take away the money from the accounts, right? Very easy way to make money. But then industry realized it, industry understood that this is a kind of challenge. So even government brought in regulations. They started to make people more aware about what are the possible things. So I'm sure you would be receiving a lot of messages around that, right? That you don't need to answer or share OTP. Earlier, even some of my seniors in family, they had done that mistake, right? So it's not just about technology, it's about how the technology benefits and what are the pros and cons, weighing that out and making that decision on behalf of a broader community is what we would be doing down the lane, right? You were talking about example about agriculture economy, right? So how do we collect data? Now, when we talk about collection of data, you can do that with one of the leading seeds and crop manufacturing, crop protection company we are engaged with. So they have advanced processes where they have sensors which are there in the field. They will track the air quality which is there, what kind of moisture, all of that would be taken into consideration, and they would do that. But then they are advanced, industry can afford that. Not everybody can afford that kind of sensors in the market, right? But then as an independent researcher, as a person who is a data evangelist or interested in knowing more about the data patterns, what you can do is you can have some kind of a camera setup, okay? Sow down the seeds in the pot. Just go ahead and water different quantities, allow different light, amount of light coming on that. See the pattern over the period, right? So, and then there is something called as computer vision. There is something around computer vision analytics which is there. Now with that, you'd be able to detect patterns. You would see what kind of scenarios, what kind of inputs which were provided to that, and how it could lead to some kind of outcome which is there. So based on that, you would define what kind of ambient environment would be there for that seed, right? So that answers to the question which you were looking for. Hopefully it does, right? Similarly, going to the other walks of life, what kind of things could be there, right? I was talking about the Jamtara example, right? So now there is a lot of innovations which have come in, which do some kind of alert monitoring. So what happens is there are standard patterns which are there. So I'm sure when you do some heavy transactions, you would receive a call coming in saying that, is it really you who is doing the transaction? Or there's some kind of a message which is being sent to a number again to verify that, okay, enter this OTP and only then we will be able to verify you. Now all these are different methods which the financial services industry, the government has also brought in those regulations. So these are after a lot of these kind of occurrences which happened. How do people bring in those perspectives? How do these patterns are observed and evaluated, and basis that these kind of instances are steps being taken, right? Where we are able to monitor the pattern and then come up with these kind of guidelines. So again, it's no one has seen that in the past, but it's the human intellect which is there, which is being used to understand these patterns and provide some kind of guidance on how these can be improvised. So that's another aspect of it, the cyber security part of it, where that again is a lot of opportunity where exists. We are able to see the kind of I would say not the internet, but the network uses patterns which are there. So how the traffic is coming in, what kind of areas the traffic is coming in. Is it some kind of thing where it has not been? Is it coming in from somewhere from Africa or some other places? So observing those kind of patterns and then going ahead and defining those use cases which create that kind of impact. So that is another example where cybersecurity kind of things come in. So we need to be very thorough on some of these areas, right? So we need to be aware of what role technology can play. How do we intertwine technology in business? So as a business leader, that would be one of the key goals which we would be doing. So we need to do that. And Professor was also talking about the globalization which has taken place. And I'm sure some of you would have heard or read about Thomas Friedman's book, The World is Flat. Right? So we all operate in a global economy. So now, I'm sure when you go to the corporate, make that campus to corporate transition, you would realize that you would be working with people or colleagues across the globe. Of course, hybrid is there, less of travel, but then still on the teams or in your meetings, you would find people from different geographies who would be there. You would be meeting those people. You would be interacting with those people. There would be multiple scenarios that would be there. So I also happened to join corporate just like you would be doing, right? So I was part of one of the meeting where some people from Japanese were there, Japanese culture were there. Now, Japanese culture is very different from our. They are very hardworking people. They work well. They work from 9 to 9. I don't recommend that kind of a hard work. Good, but not required that much. Let's maintain that work-life balance as well. So, in a Japanese setup, what needs to be thought through is, it's a very hierarchical structure which they follow. So, if you go and enter a room, you would be seeing that the central seat which would be there in the boardroom, it would be reserved for the senior most guy, the boss who would be there. So, you should be cognizant of where you sit, right? So, as basic as this, you would have to think about it. Similarly, when you are drafting your slides, you have your own way in which you draft your slides. The European way would be different, the Japanese way would be different. So the Chinese and Japanese, they would prefer the slide to be filled with information. So you would have to put in loads of data, you have to do all that research and embed that there. But then if you go to US or Europe people, so their slides you will find it more visual, less of it will not that be as filled as what Japanese thing would be. So being cognizant of what kind of intergeo colleagues we are operating with, working with, it's important that we are better prepared or better equipped. So doing some kind of a cross-culture, understanding about the nuances of the business and the geopolitical thing, we need to be aware of. So how do we take care of that? So that's the second area which we should be keeping abreast of and focusing our knowledge around, right? So that's very important there. And then somebody was talking about ESG sustainability. So how important is that? Is it really important? So what is the full form of ESG first? Environment? Social governance, okay. Right? Okay. Do we know that in most of the industries, sustainability has become a key parameter? So there are awards which are given where companies are expected to be sustainable. They have to comply to the ESG goals. Even on the New York Stock Exchange, you would find that as one of the parameter on which, so there is an index which calculates where the this particular company is, and they have to report and compete against that. So it has become an important metric. Why? Because it is impacting not just us, but the overall economy, the overall world around us, right? So one of the research which was done was around AI for good. So AWS is one of the leading hyperscaler which is there, AWS services, Amazon Web Services, right? So what they tried to do was they detected a lot of in the African region, there is something called as a river blindness disease which is there. Now this river blindness disease has been going on for ages, for quite some time. And there were a lot of people who lost their eyesight. Why? because they have been drinking that contaminated water, and which led to this kind of impact on their eyes. They would not enjoy the beauty of the world like us, right? So that was, and every year there would be in millions people who would be impacted or affected by that. So what AWS did, they partnered with a company, and we collected data around that. So across the river basin, at different points, the data was collected, and that was used to understand and define the kind of pattern on what are the toxicity levels, what kind of minerals or ingredients were part of that mix, and how do we go about fixing that. So taking some kind of measures to prevent that. So that's one example of it. Similarly, I'm sure you would have heard about the risk for blue whales. Everybody was talking about some time back, right? So they are supposed to live in a particular temperature of water, and there is a global warming. All of us, we are seeing there is temperature, the rains, all that. It's becoming erratic. I come from Bangalore. Bangalore had a big water issue some time back, right? People were searching for water. In some communities, it was as scarce as like they didn't have water for days, so they have to procure, and they will keep big cylinders just filled with water for days, right? So it goes to that extent. But then people become, I would say, competitive, or they want greedy, so they store more water, and then it impacts the life of people who are not able to afford that. So those kind of things are happening. So it's impacting our life way at large. So sustainability is something which we need to be conscious about. As a community, we are not that well informed. We are not taking that much of steps as it's being taken across. It could be as simple as like even the hotels where we go and stay, the towels which we use. So how can that be treated with less water, kind of thing? Even the appliances which we use, how can that be used with less of electricity, less of water, all of that. So how do we make it more sustainable? That's the goal. So there is sustainability index which comes in, which takes a part of that. So being cognizant of how it will have an impact on a community, or how it will impact our life, the planet, I think that also becomes an important goal as a managers who are going out in the market, right? So you would be responsible for a lot of these decisions while you enter into market. Another challenge which you will deal with while you get into the corporate would be the ethical dilemma that would be there. Whether should I use it, whether should I not be using it, right? What kind of ethical dilemmas have you faced in your life? Any examples? Anybody can rise up and answer. Nothing difficult. I'm sure all of us face ethical dilemmas in our life. No one faces an ethical dilemma? What's the ethical dilemma? We're talking about sustainability. Let's take an example of sustainability itself, right? Let's say a factory manufactures something which is of good value. It's giving good money to them. But then the effluents which are there, if it requires a lot of treatment, it requires a lot of effort to make it pure, or to be at a level where it could be sent back into the environment, be it in terms of water or be it in terms of the air which is there. So there is some amount of effort which has to go in. As a business, it requires extra money, extra dollars, right? So should we be going ahead and making that extra investment on that or not? Or should we save it and increase the shareholder price, give a boost to the stock? So an example of ethical dilemma in a corporate world, right? All of us face. When I was a kid, I faced ethical dilemmas, small ethical dilemmas, not even ethical dilemmas. Okay, gulab jamun is better, or should I go with ice cream, right? Gulab jamun. Okay. So what I liked was gulab jamun with a vanilla ice cream. That's the best combo, right? So in our life, we face some of these small dilemmas, but then this also leads to challenges. So think about making those choices, making those decisions on behalf of the wider people on the planet or people around us, right? How do we deal with that? So there is a lot more responsibility. There is a lot more ownership which comes in on your responsibility, on your shoulders, right? So you need to be cognizant of that. How do we deal with that? So that's there. Then, while we talk about that, the responsibility part of it, all of this, what I mentioned, be it in terms of technology, be it in terms of the environment, be it in terms of the globalization which has happened, all of that requires what? What is one key thing which is there? Humans who are adaptive, who are easy to learn, who are quick to take decisions based on the kind of data, right? So that's the kind of a thought process which I think we all should take going forward from the college. We don't know what is the future is uncertain, markets are uncertain, but then what is important is how do we lay down the foundation, whatever is being taught in our classrooms, bring in that agility, the adaptability in our own behavior so that we are better equipped for the culture, right? When you go to the corporate, the first job when I joined, it was an accounting firm. Day one, do you know what was my task? Can anybody guess that? Going ahead and filing the document. Just take printout, punch it, file it. It was not a task per se. Somebody has to do it for sure, but then it was done with a purpose. It was done with the purpose to understand whether the person who has joined the corporate is he or she adaptable or not. The patience which is there. Taking up tasks which are menial, but still somebody has to go ahead and do it, right? So being prepared of these small challenges is there. And some of those foundations are taken care in the classrooms as well, right? When I was in class, that time we had to do a lot of financial modeling and Monte Carlo simulation, all that we used to do. Now for that time we used to have Excel. So Excel had 35,000 rows limitation, right? Then came the era where it expanded to 70 or something. And now what we can do is we connect to the external data sources as well. Now, with all of these changes which has happened, one thing which is always there is being able to understand what kind of patterns are there, being the ability to evolve. So all that plays a crucial role there. So yeah, that's what I wanted to convey to all of you. Learn the campus is, enjoy the campus life. A lot of foundations which you would learn today. The 4 Ps still exist. The 4 Cs world has come in, but then it's a journey. You have to do a lot of learnings, right? Some of it you will learn in the campus. Some of it you will learn through some kind of micro learnings. So even now we go ahead and do some kind of learnings there. So there's Coursera, there is some other, we have to stay abreast of the technology which are there. So somebody has to do that. Okay? So all the best, be prepared for the future and look forward to meet on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the floor is open for Q&A.
Yeah, any questions? I think I tried to be asking you questions. It's time you can ask some questions as well. Hope that's fine. Okay, great. Thank you. Good day.
This session was truly valuable and we have greatly benefited from your insights, sir.
May I now request Dr. Neelam Upasni ma'am, Associate Professor BITM, to felicitate Mr. Pranav Kumar sir with a memento.
We will now take a 5 minutes break. I request you all to please come back within 5 minutes.
Sahil?
It's good.
बॉडी खाली होने से थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस कर लेता हूँ। इट्स कूल। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये वाला थोड़ा पोडियम बेटर है।
No.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि
ना।
थोड़ा ठीक ठाक है सब, मतलब मेरे हाइट के साथ।
हाँ, एक्चुअली टीएम में पता है ऐसे करना पड़ता है, ये ऐसे, और ये ऐसे रहता है ना, ऐसे ऐसे करके करना पड़ता है।
क्या?
इसका QR, ओ QR, प्लीज स्कैन द QR, ऐसा। हाँ, अभी सब जा रहे हैं, आने दो सबको। वो एमओसी कर देगा। नहीं, बैग कहाँ पे रखा है तुम लोग ने? मैं तो वो स्टूडेंट ऑफिस में रख दिया।
Please scan this QR and give your feedback. Excuse me all, those who are going outside, please come back and scan this QR code. QR code.
जब आएंगे तब बोलना।
अच्छा अच्छा।
मेरे इंटरव्यू के बाद में निकल सकते हो क्या?
Yes.
Yes. Go back to class.
Apprentice.
फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट का सिलेबस तो कंप्लीट नहीं किया अभी। ठीक। चलो बढ़िया। ठीक है, मैं बैग बाहर ही रख रही हूँ।
Head of Marketing and Corporate
Good
Communication.
afternoon, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, and my fellow
प्रोफाइल वगैरह
students.
क्यों नहीं कर रही?
पता नहीं क्यों, मुझे तो बहुत पसंद है। Good afternoon. Shit. और ये लोग ऐसा कर रहे हैं, खा रहे हैं लोग। ये मेरे सीनियर्स हैं, ये सीनियर्स हैं, इससे बेटर तो हम लोग हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, please scan the QR code or else your attendance will be not given. कितना गंदा लगेगा?
हाँ, ओ हाँ।
इंडियन है क्या? Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, and my fellow student managers. I was once a student manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, and my fellow student managers. I was once a student manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It is an immense honor and privilege for me to introduce a business leader and a true luminary in the field of marketing, Mr. Manu Kumar, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communication, Hero Electric Vehicles, with a staggering 25 years of diverse experience. With a staggering 25 years of diverse experience in integrated marketing, Sir stands as a beacon of excellence in the field of marketing. Sir stands as a beacon. Stands.
Please assemble back. Hello, check. Please settle down. Break is over, guys. Please settle down. Hello. Please settle down. Students in the last row, please sit down. MOCs, please report. We are about to begin with the session. Please settle down. Please sit down. My dear friend, please sit down. Please settle down. Aniket, please sit down. See, there is an instruction from the organizers. You are not allowed to sleep during the session. Cameras are monitoring you. Please refrain from sleeping in the auditorium. Settle down if you want an early break. Please settle down. Last row, please. Please don't stand on the aisles. Ayush Gupta, please take your chair. Assign duty, please. Please be on your assigned duty. Please, my dear sir, don't use the mobile. Don't take photographs. Please don't use your cell phones. Otherwise, they will be confiscated. Please don't eat in the auditorium. Students are found eating in the auditorium. Please don't do that. Please maintain discipline. Please settle down.
upon our guest, Ms. Seena Joseph Ma'am, National Head, Customer Service, Enterprise Business, Vodafone Idea Limited, an inclusive leader with a blend of business, acumen, leadership, strategic and operational competencies. Welcome, ma'am.
May I now request Prahlad Kumar Sir, Assistant Professor, BITM, to welcome Ms. Sheena Joseph Ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
Now, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Shakaina, Student Manager, BITM, to introduce Ms. Sheena Joseph Ma'am.
Good morning, one and all. I, Shakaina Ezekiel, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Shri Balaji University, Pune, am honored and privileged to introduce our esteemed guest for today, Ms. Sheena Joseph, National Head Customer Service, Enterprise Business, Vodafone India Limited. She is a distinguished business operations and a CX leader in the telecommunications industry, renowned for her role in managing large diverse teams for customer service in India and globally. With over 25 years of experience, she has overseen more than 100 product portfolios across various customer segments, driving strategic initiatives to enhance customer experience and drive revenue growth. She has held pivotal leadership roles at esteemed organizations including Reliance, Tata, and Birla Group companies, where she has consistently delivered industry benchmarks and successfully launched and managed product life cycles. Her expertise spans product lines such as mobility, IoT, data and voice, cloud, and managed services, among others. She is recognized as a trusted leader for her customer-centric approach and strategic acumen, shaping the telecom sector's strategic directions and growth initiatives. She is known as a go-getter leader who carries determination and passion to make a difference in business operations. Leading large geographically spread teams with multicultural identities at various levels has made her an astute leader with a high people quotient. Beyond her professional achievements, Ma'am is a passionate follower and commentator of global technology trends and innovations that shape the future of businesses and society. She actively shares insights on inclusivity and leadership across various platforms, reflecting her commitment to broader societal issues. She is also an author of books and articles on CX strategy. We are indeed fortunate to have such an accomplished and inspiring individual with us here today. Ma'am, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Is it morning or afternoon? Okay, good afternoon. Are you MBA students? Good afternoon. Okay, are you hungry? Yes, no? I heard some no's. Okay, absolutely. Thank you, and that is what I wanted to say. So the most enlightening line of my life has been said by Steve Jobs, and he says, stay hungry, stay foolish. So stay hungry, stay foolish is absolutely what he said, which is stay hungry for knowledge, stay foolish, because only if you stay foolish, you will know more. I saw Professor Gigi somewhere when he came, and I saw that resounding clap. And I wanted to say a 1-minute story on that front. Do you remember who won Miss India every single year or Miss World every single year? No, you actually remember teachers, right? Teachers make the most biggest difference in your life. You're at a stage where you experience school teachers, college teachers, MBA teachers, and trust me, what these people do, you will remember for the rest of your life more than probably any boss, more than probably any political leader, or more than any sports person there, because they are the ones who make a lot of difference in your lives. So hats off to them and thank you. That was a real resounding welcome for Professor Gigi. And I heard he's part of your leadership team. This is on me, a small slide. I thought I'll put credentials on it. I worked with Reliance, Tata, and Birla. I come from a world where none of you all have probably grown up in. I come where your mobile phones were 16 rupees per minute for incoming and outgoing. Can you imagine such a world? I come from a world where floppy disk was the primary way of storing data. I come from a world where you would hear tape recorders, you had those cassettes, for it, and there was no Spotify at all. So I come from that world. I've evolved, and as we evolved, I found out that this is a field that I love, telecom. And you will see my experience mainly in telecom. And I was also telling someone about how BITM was earlier, technology, telecom and not technology. And there's a reason for that evolution. The reason is that telecom is actually an enabler of technology. Most of us know telecom only as your SIM card, as your data, as your voice or SMS. Telecom is a lot more. Telecom, especially in the B2B space, which is the enterprise space that I come from, is about connecting offices, connecting data centers, making all those websites available to you, making all those spam calls that you'll receive possible, and all of that. So telecom is a lot more. Telecom is an enabler of technology in every way. Even if you have data kept somewhere and you have to connect it to you on your phones or your iPads or anywhere, you need that connectivity. And telecom is all about connectivity and hence an enabler of technology. In my session today, I will not be speaking about AI. I think you all have heard a lot about AI. I'll not be speaking about IoT, while it is a very predominant area of mine. I'll be speaking about other trends. I've tried to customize this presentation to MBA's students because I know you all have across fields, marketing, HR, finance, IT, so I've tried to customize it a little bit. But I may not be able to cover everything in the limited time. Feel free to cover it in the questions that I have. Sorry, how do I do this? Yeah. I think one of the biggest trends that you will find in corporate life is that learning never stops at any age, at any level, at anything. So while I come from all those days that I told you, what is important is that each one of you all keeps learning. Because if you don't keep learning, you will get stagnant, you will not be future fit, you will not grow. It is important to adopt technology and new things. This is just an indicator of what I have done, just to keep abreast of what is technology trends. But yes, learning never stops, and that's why Steve Jobs said, stay hungry, stay foolish, stay hungry not for food, but stay hungry for knowledge. Some part of what I tell you today is written in my book, which is called as CX Master Bytes. Why bytes? For those of you all in the IT domain, you all will know that the way data is stored is in the form of bits. Bits can be either 0 or 1. A set of bits form a byte. And now you have data which is in form of bytes, terabytes, gigabytes, etc. The book is called Master Bytes because it's a combination of multiple bytes in small formats of people, process, and technology. I'll be speaking in some aspects here. It's about future trends. More than a book, it's just a guide for future aspiring leaders, and it's across the experience of 26 years that I have. It's available at most of the platforms that you'll have. What am I going to cover today? Predominantly technology, but I'm going to cover how technology is important in marketing, HR, IT, operations, logistics, just about every field that you have. When you go out into the corporate life, you will be Well, today you know a lot of theory and you know a lot of, some of you all have done internship. One key aspect that each of you all will be using will be systems. Okay, whether you're in HR and you have to plan a performance management system, whether you're in marketing and you have to make a digital marketing capability system, or whether you're in IT, your whole job world will revolve on systems, whether you're in finance and you have to make SAP or work on SAP, your whole world revolves on systems. So I'm going to talk to you about some trends in systems so that you know how it can help each one of you all. I'm going to talk to you about the second part on the lower piece, which is, do you want to be a generalist or a specialist? Okay, each of you all have specialized in various domains, but as you all grow up and dreams change, areas change, do you want to become a specialist in a specific area or a generalist? And what is it that corporates are looking at as a trend? I'm going to be speaking about, I remember in Dr. Toscani's session, somebody asked that question. There's such a lot of data around. How do you ensure privacy? And Dr. Toscani said that it's up to the government to ensure data privacy. So we have a new emerging law which affects almost every single vertical, be it HR, IT, legal, etc., that is, almost on the verge of being implemented across. And we're going to look at that emerging Indian law that is there, and of course, question and answers. Interesting? Boring? Okay, all right, I'm going to come down and pick up anyone and ask questions because this looks to be very, very boring. Are you awake? Yes, are you hungry? Yes, okay, are you foolish? Yes, great. Okay, some people call me ma'am, and most of you all did actually when I came here. Let me also tell you a small story. On my first day of work, this was way back in 1997, and I was at this telecom company. At that time, there were just 2 operators. This is the time when I said 16 rupees per minute incoming and outgoing. And if you had to send mails, you needed a huge device called as a Nokia communicator. You couldn't do it on your phone. This was at those days, right? I was one of the few ladies who were working, and it was my first day as a, not even as an intern, as an actual this thing. And the boss comes in, and I say, "Good morning, sir." He looks at me and stares and says, "What did you call me?" I said, "What did I do on my first day? What did I say wrong?" I said, "Good morning, sir." And he tells me something that has stuck to this day of my life. I don't want to ever hear the word sir, and even when you grow up, you should make sure that you never hear the word ma'am. Because sir and ma'am are, if you leave educationists across in the corporate world, sir and ma'am are indications of a servile culture. We don't want to be servile, right? Especially when I'm for me, who's in a stream like the B2B enterprise, and we talk to CXOs, we talk to company, this thing. We want to be confident, assertive, and that happens and builds when you take the name. Okay? It's good when you're doing it in education. In army, it is good. Okay, you have to say commander, brigadier, so there. But those are roles where discipline is mandatory. Discipline is represented by the terms that are used. But in corporate life, I think one of the good things you all can do to practice is to use the name right from day one. It depends, obviously, where you all join in. Some cultures may not. But like I said, I learned it on that day. And as I moved to various companies, I made it as a culture, at least in my teams, that nobody calls me or my dear, sir, madam, etc. So just a small thing, but I think it helps to build a healthy culture. And one of the few things is that. Okay, so coming to my first step, which is how do you use technology in various departments, fields, etc. Okay, question to you all. Let's take the first one. How many of you are HR? HR specializations. Put your hands up. Anybody from HR? Okay, anybody from finance specialization? Okay, over to you. Why do you need to have technology in finance? Do you need to know technology in finance firstly? You can come down if someone can get the mic to you, or I can come now. Come over, come over. You can be with me on the stage. And you need to run. I mean, come on, you're young. You're more younger than me. At least 20 years younger. Come here, come on. Oi, why do I need technology in finance? You're a finance person, right? Yeah, why do you need technology in finance?
First of all, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And we need technology in finance because we need to do the trades as fast as possible, because we need to take the position as well and we need to close it as well as we make the profit. So that's why I think we need technology in finance.
Okay, I'm going to grill you, sorry about that. What is one of the technology tools that you use? I mentioned it, but if you're listening to me.
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, I came late, but then
No
also
issues.
I would like
Thank
to.
you. Okay. In finance, one of the biggest tools, and even in SCM, right, which is your logistics part, you will be using SAP. Some people from IT would already know that. SAP with HANA 4. It's a way as to how we record financial data, how do we record and get accounting systems up, how the entire expenses and finances of a company are important. So even if you're in finance, there will be some system that you use when you go to your corporate life. It is, while you know the rules of finance, you may have to define with IT the rules that the system works. So SAP is just an example in finance. We need to be future fit. So we need to understand technology. We need to understand how systems work, whether it is finance, HR, etc. If you are in operations or if you are in HR predominantly, you will have to communicate across a large area, a large office, sometimes multiple offices. So that's where unified communication will help, and technology helps in unified communication. What does unified communication mean? Today you can do calls, you can do emails, you can do video conferencing, you can do chat. Each may have different tools, but how do you have one tool that gives you each and everything? That's unified communication. Suits like Google Workspace gives you this. Obviously helps mass outreach, growth, and system. If you understand the system, you can work faster. We are in a world that the faster you work and with quality, the faster you will grow there. So I'm going to give you some examples. Like I said, I'm not going to focus on AI. We've had a lot of people speaking about it, and you will have them in the future too. So I'm going to specifically talk about tools that we use in our daily life in various systems. Why is this not coming? It's stuck. Okay, divided into A, B, C, D. Next one. Okay, this is specifically for marketing, IT, HR, operations, and facility. If you all want to make your careers over there, unified communication as a service and communication platform as a service. The as a service, the AAS, you would have seen in Dr. Tascani's session, where he mentioned product as a service, right? And these are different examples of product as a service. In the previous session with, you heard about CCAS or contact center as a service. Okay, the as a service is a model where you don't have a lot of CapEx and you have OpEx models there. You don't have to invest in the heavy infrastructure, but it's more of a running cost as an organization there. What does unified communication as a service do? We'll speak, and how does it help? This is something that I will take you through in the next slide. Finance, facility, all that, how CRMs help. CRMs are customer relationship management. Have you heard of a CRM for admin? No. Have you heard of a CRM for financial advisors, which is a very emerging use case in today's world? We'll be speaking about that. Blockchain and DLT, how exactly? So somebody spoke about cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency uses blockchain, but how do we use it in telecom and DLT? Something we'll talk about. And in a hybrid environment, how do we use something like called as workplace? So these are the areas that we'll speak about. specifically on UCAS, CPAS, marketing, IT, HR, facilities, operations, please play. Okay, most marketing and digital marketeers here, you know that your primary thing is social media, you know your primary thing is your website, okay, you know your primary thing is search engine optimization. Okay, you have one tool for your website, you have a bot on your website, you set up a telemarketing organization which will call and lead generate on there, you have a separate set of data there, you have a separate set of data by your various complaints that have come on the web. I mean, you have so much of data, okay, like the previous speaker mentioned. What do you do? How do you marry all these sets of data? It's one of the most irritating jobs in the world to have 5 different sets of data and try to find linkages in all these sets of data. And that's where unified communication as a service comes in. You may not, people may not call it as UCAS. The product is UCAS. It's an enterprise B2B product in telecom. It allows you to do just about everything. Send SMS to customers, send file sharing to customers, desktop sharing if needed to customers, chat to customers, internal collaboration, analytics, and video conferencing. So yes, it allows you to do all this from a marketing side. From an HR side, you have to communicate to your employees. You need employees to communicate within themselves, and this suite will allow you to do that. The suite goes by various names. The most common, like I mentioned, is Google Work Suite, but you have multiple others that allow you to do all of this. Some of them are white label. They're companies like StarTele, Genesis, etc., who specialize in these solutions. If you know how to use it, if you know how you can integrate all these sets of data, it will actually help you so that you don't have to really rely on 7 different data sets and work together there. Similar example, where you have CRMs and analytics, etc. there. You want to count the number of visitors in a hotel, the CRM helps you. You want to look at how many rooms, who has been allotted, CRMs help you over there. So all this data together, repeat visitors when they come in, how do you personalize that? How do you send mailers to your repeat customers? That's what this suite can do for customers there. It's one of the most emerging things in the market, unified communication as a service. Just a list of whatever. So this presentation, by the way, is available here, and if you all want to take it, please feel free to use it. But unified communication, which also has AI, by the way, where you have a lead call that is there, you can convert it into text, you can convert text to speech from a chat, and you can do a whole lot of analytics. You have a telemarketing group, and you want to find out how effective is someone. So is your voice better than this person's voice? Is better than D person's voice? Is the voice helping you to make a better sale? All those AI analytics on the voice can be done with this suite, and you can use it to find out the best fit agent and use it as an HR induction or an HR recruitment program. That is how it can help you in multiple places across. So communication as a service, unified communication as a service is one of the most emerging trends in the telecom. Simple thing to remember, why do I want to have 7 sets of data? Can't I have something which gives me everything integrated? Okay, and which can marry data sets together instead of 5 different systems. That's what unified communication as a service does. Most of you all have heard of CRM. Yes, I think everybody knows what a CRM is. Okay, CRM is generally spoken about as customer relationship management. Predominantly, it's a workflow. It started off as a IT ticketing system, but it has evolved. It has become intelligent. It uses a lot more than just CRM. A lot of people from finance, when they are tired of the corporate life, at times become financial advisors to high net worth individuals. They have their own website, and you can click and select appointments with them. It will give you mailers for appointments. So the CRMs today are integrated with booking, with video management systems, with the Zooms. You can integrate it with Zoom or with Google, this thing there. That's the possibilities that CRM has. It's no longer just a ticketing system, and the data you take out and you marry it with something else there. CRMs are intelligent, and CRMs can even get you on how you respond to customers. Again, coming back to generative AI, If you are a legal lawsuit firm, it will help you to draft legal contracts or legally language words. And at the same time, if you are a funds brand like a Zomato, Swiggy, etc., it will help you to draft it in a fun language, the same content that is there. You can use it in multiple ways. We don't really need an email agent most of the time. Most of our tickets are resolved by generative AI and bots. Even HR, by the way, you have tickets, you have a bot in front which can handle your general policy queries. And if you write something that requires further addressal, it automatically creates a ticket there. You don't need human intervention. These are some basic things that CRMs can do now and how it has evolved along with AI. They can also make you speak. So for people who are visually disabled or people who find it a challenge to type, some of us are slow, they can just speak and speech to text and text to speech helps up there. These are ways, practical examples that you all should know. So tomorrow when you have to design a system for your finance, you have to design a system for your HR, you should know what to ask for. That's why technology is important. You can't live in the outdated world, because if you do, your employees in HR will not be happy. Your finance will say, why is accounting so slow? Your marketing will say, why am I not getting data? I'm spending a lot of time on data analytics. I'm not really doing marketing there. So these are tools that can actually help you. Knowing about them helps. I've spoken about this in some way, facility management. How does it help you to do identity management? How does it help you if you are in a data center? How does it help you to control access? How does it help you to get multi-tenant property or ID systems or iCards also, right? How do you manage in a huge office which floor you can visit and which floor you can't? All that is done by CRMs or office management system. These are possibilities that are there. If you know them, you can use them to design your systems. I'm going to speak about one of the most common things that you will experience, and somebody was asking about work-life balance, and there was a time that hybrid became the top word. Okay, hybrid offices are most aspirational offices because it gives you both, physical and work from home facilities. Whereas if you're only offline, some people don't actually want to join offices who are 100% offline. Okay, so hybrid offices have become very aspirational. People want to join hybrid environments. But a challenge that HR faces is, how do I build engagement there? And that's the biggest challenge why people say, come back. There's no culture building. There's no touch I have with my employees. I need them in office to build touch. So how do you do this in a hybrid environment? You use something called as workplace. Again, what you see on the left-hand side is the tool will help which sort of companies, right? Which sort of fields. So workplace is good at culture, mobility, communication there. Workplace is a tool which is by Meta. They're actually phasing it out now, but I'm sure they will come up with something better. It's been existing. It's sort of a Facebook for work. So you have groups for, let's say, Delhi Circle, and you have groups for Kerala Circle, or you have groups if somebody likes books, because everybody doesn't like to dress up and come or draw rangolis, right? Some people like to read books, some people like fitness. So, workplace is a tool which will help you to have engagement groups separately for people who like different tastes. People who like photography have a separate group. And there are specialists to build engagement there. So these are tools that have become important in the hybrid world. And I'm sure there'll be many more building up there, because sometimes if your HR person cannot really connect with an employee who's working from home, the employee also feels disconnected, wants to leave, jumps jobs, etc. So there is a need for engagement, but in the world, how do you do online engagement? Workplace, which is Facebook by Meta for offices, is one of the tools that can be used. That's just a sample of how it looks on this thing, various groups that are available. Communication of HR, etc. doesn't happen on mail, it happens there. Like you have a Facebook app, you have a workplace app on your phone, and everything is appified, if I can call it that, and that's how you control. How many of you receive spam calls? Almost everybody. Okay, the government is doing a lot to reduce spam calls. Airtel raised recently an AI spam network free sort of solution there. For all the people who want to go into marketing, telemarketing, is a big, going to become a big pain area. How do you do telemarketing without being caught as a spam call, right? There are specific rules for it, but then if you know that 140 is a telemarketing call, you'll never pick it up. So this is an emerging challenge. What has the government done? Like I was telling you, blockchain, everybody knows for crypto, but blockchain has actually been used by the government to build a distributed ledger system. And complex diagram, but what it does is your telemarketing company, the person for whom the telemarketing does, customers like us who are, set a DND or do not disturb option, they are all part of this DLT or distributed ledger system. And if you put a DND, nobody across the industry can call you out. And if they are called, there is a complaint automatically generated, and it goes to as much as a penalty of disconnecting all resources. Why am I telling you this? One, from an IT perspective, this is very, very important. We need to know the functioning as to how do you build your ecosystem around this. For marketing folks, those of you all who are specializing in marketing, how do you do marketing without being classified as a spam? When your rule to do marketing is only through 140 series, and 140 will never be picked up by anyone. It's a challenge. The regulator has become much more strict in this. We have multiple AI algorithms to identify what's a spam call. You would have seen Truecaller saying suspected spam or all those fraud cases. Now, when you have all that, how does marketing happen? Okay, that's a use case that is emerging. There are solutions to it. You will have an SMS with a click-to-call facility. So you will initiate the call rather than the marketing enabling the call and all that. But it's a big challenge, and people have to think about it. How do you happen sales? Sales can't do cold calls, because of this. So what do you do then? You can't do a cold call because you'll be classified as spam. If you're spam, your company's whole resources will be closed. Okay, it's a challenge because of the ecosystem that is set up. From a consumer side, it is good because I don't want to be hit by 10, 15 spam calls in a day. But from a company side, it's a situation, right? You can't do sales by cold calls. You can't do sales by calling up people. You can't set up a telemarketing agency because you'll be fine. So it's an emerging challenge. We will see how it progresses. There's a lot of noise around this because it is being driven by the communication minister himself personally. It is being driven by the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. And we'll see a lot of the solutions that I spoke about earlier are about how do you have dialers to dial it. So important thing to know about. Last but not the least, today when you all specialize in something, you are a specialist in HR, you're a specialist in IT, you're a specialist in technology, you will start your world as a specialist. Will you remain a specialist all your life? It's a question to ponder upon. It's a question to think, because does the CXO of a company, is he a generalist or a specialist? The IT head of a company definitely has to know IT, but also needs to have business acumen. The finance head of a company needs to know finance, but also needs to know multiple areas of finance. Knows to know treasury, needs to know accounting, needs to know CapEx and optimization, needs to know a whole lot of pieces around. So it's not just there. So what do you want to do? Okay, when you are a specialist in a particular field, growth may be limited. When you are a generalist, that you can understand all aspects of operations, and you become sales, and you can understand marketing, and you understand multiple skills, you can probably become the COO or the CEO of a company. So this is an important question for you to ponder on. What do companies look for? Okay. And there are some videos that I've kept down about people talking about it, that do you want to be a generalist or a specialist? Giving you different employee types, just try to make it a little diagrammatic. One area of expertise on the left-hand side is trying to use the pointer, sorry, is an I-shaped employee. Dash-shaped is no expertise but broad skills. T-shaped, one area of expertise but multiple topics. M-shaped, etc. Comb-shaped, all depending on you have multiple areas of expertise and a skill. Okay, people don't grow with just skill. If you are a technology and a network specialist, you may grow to some extent, but you need to have people management, you need to have business acumen to actually grow. So when you start off, you will probably be a specialist, but learn as much as you can to add on to the skills. And I would actually say, I mean, my view, but goes on, is how do you become the M-shaped, right? The M-shaped over here is multiple areas of expertise and skilled across all topics there. That is the one that actually goes right to the top there, but it is also okay to be the other thing. It is not necessary that what I feel or what is right is what everybody is looking for. We all have our individual preferences, we all have our individual likes, and we all have our own family and personal challenges. So we just need to be happy with what we are doing. We just need to be content with what we are doing. And that's a list of employers. Generalists at the beginning, may start off with a low salary, but as they grow up, they will get more salary. Specialists like IT, etc., engineers, etc., start off with a high salary, but if they don't pick up skills, they remain stagnant there. So those are some aspects that you should know of as you grow. Okay, that is what I had. Sorry, they have one more topic. In the earlier one, we spoke about how data is free, right? Everyone's data is available. What is this emerging data? There we have, it's called the Personal Data Protection Act 2023. It is similar to, if you all know, the GDPR Act in the European Union. India has set it up. What does it do? It will impact legal, IT, human, just about every field, right? Why does it impact them? Because the Act says that you, as an Indian citizen, you have the right to your information, your right to correction, erasure, right to grievance redressal, right to nominate, children's right, etc., are all put here. You would have heard about Facebook and Google, because of the GDPR, you would have heard about Facebook and Google, who are being caught in multiple acts over here. They are huge. There are huge cases of Google being questioned, Bill Gates being questioned, even Apple for that case, Tim Cook's being questioned on why are they having so much of data, and is it right to have so much of data? On the right-hand side, I've put how does it have an impact on various fields. If you collect data as an organization, you have to ensure it is in line with this act. You have to ensure that the data you collect of your customers is protected, is secure. Today, Aadhaar cards, I'm sure all of you all give Aadhaar cards here and there. Okay? The way Aadhaar cards have to be collected is also defined. You can't just give it across there. So those are pieces that this act covers. At some time when you are free, look it up, because it will be an emerging trend and a very defining trend. Websites, can you directly force a customer to opt in for telecalling? How do you collect cookies? How do you collect information? All that is part of this. That's what I had, and over to you all for questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the floor is open for question and answers.
No questions means you're not hungry, you're not foolish, you're not Steve Jobs. Okay, I guess lunch is the key factor over here. Enjoy your lunch, folks. If there are no questions, have a great time and wish you all the best. And remember to stay hungry and foolish.
This session has immensely informative, ma'am, and we have drawn significant value from your knowledge. May I now request Professor Geetu Baryani, ma'am, Head of BITM Placements, to felicitate Ms. Sheena Joseph ma'am with the memento.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sir. Wait, 2 minutes. Yes. Madam.
Please settle down, everyone. I am pleased to extend an invitation to Asha Subramanian ma'am, Chief Human Resources Officer at Subex. We are truly honored to have her presence with us today, and her exceptional contributions to the field of HR are highly commendable. Welcome, ma'am. May I now request Rajkiran sir, Assistant Professor, BITM, to welcome Asha Subramanian ma'am and her daughter, Ms. Tanisha Subramaniam, who is accompanying her today, to felicitate with a bouquet of flowers. May I request Professor Ritika Singh ma'am to felicitate daughter of Asha Subramaniam ma'am, Ms. Tanisha Subramaniam.
To provide a comprehensive introduction to Asha Subramanian ma'am, I would like to invite Sushmita Pillai, Student Manager, BITM.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Good afternoon to one and all. I, Shushmita Pillai, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, interned at TESCOM, feel honored and privileged to introduce a distinguished HR leader whose visionary approach has transformed startups and scaled organizations with the people-first philosophy. Ms. Asha Subramanian ma'am, Chief Human Resources Officer, SUBEX, stands as a beacon of excellence in the world of HR. Ma'am is an HR professional with 15 years of industry experience in talent management, HR business partnering, leadership development, employee engagement, performance metrics, talent acquisition, and employer branding. Ma'am has played a pivotal role in building and scaling the IBIBO group. She has played a true partner to business and technology leaders within the company. Asha ma'am's energy, combined with a deep understanding of human resources, along with massive bias for action, truly helped IBIBO to scale its people and processes. Ma'am creates HR strategies for execution and makes HR a true activist in the corporate environment by enabling change agents and bringing corporeal, sustainable, and scalable HR models in place. In the past, she has been part of LGCNS Global Private Limited and Nest Technologies. She has been an active public speaker in many prestigious forums and premier educational institutions by sharing her story on the various HR innovations fueling growth through empowerment, people challenges faced by employee, leadership development, and creating extraordinary employee experience, which has scaled GoIBIBO as an employee-friendly organization. A champion of HR innovations and a specialist in guiding business through transformation, Ms. Subramanian ma'am is here to inspire us all with her profound insights. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Asha Subramanian ma'am. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Caller mic, yes.
That's
coming.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you all today? Tired already? Been listening since morning? Yes? Okay, I'll finish it fast and then we can probably open up for questions. Make sense? Give me 20, 25 minutes, I'll finish it off. Then we will have a lot of questions and I can see a lot of people clapping for it. Okay. The topic, I'm sure, something which is very close to all of your heart, and because you're all in final year, what I have done is, I've done two sections of this. One is, what is that corporates are expecting today? And second one is, what is that, the students are expecting from corporates? So how many of you have been having some experience before joining this MBA? That's all. So all others are freshers. Please, all of you stand up. You seem to have no energy. All of you stand up. Just turn to right and left. Okay, settle down. Just half an hour between me and lunch. So I'll try to close it. Okay. Can we go to the, how do we navigate this? You can give me that. Okay. By this year, next year, you are getting into your corporate, you are starting your corporate journey. What is that what you are expecting from this side? Quickly. What are you expecting? Top two things. Huh? Yeah? I can't hear. Somebody from here? Salary. Challenges. Then? Good. Money. Yes. 2 years back I had come and same answer I had got. We're looking at CTC, ma'am. Anything else? Job. Work culture. Yeah, that's a nice one. Then? Proper job roles. Okay? Agree? Okay, fine. So basically, why are we here today? A quick thing is, change is the only constant thing. And I have done at least about 10,000 freshers I've hired in my journey of 2 decades. So I'm here to share my journey to all of you to make sure that what works, what doesn't work, and especially when you get into a corporate, what are the things what you have to expect and what are the things what we expect, right? So simple thing. Let's exchange, let's discuss, and let's not be a monologue so that you get tired or you get bored of listening. Student aspiration for student aspirations for corporate organization. What are the things? You want innovative work environment, right? As what you told. Mentorship and guidance you require, right? And you want work-life balance, as somebody told. And you want compensation and benefit, the CTC what you were talking, right? Career development, transparency, and lot of communication. And you want inclusive, supportive culture and ethical practices, all of this, right? When a student, kindly don't speak, right? That's why I'm just going to finish it very fast. Okay, these are the things what you basically require from any corporate, right? Okay, let's look at this. What is the student expectation? One is surely your skill development. You want to develop your skills because you would have gone with about 4 to 5 skills to the corporate, and when you get in, the corporate demands are very high. So probably you want to upgrade yourself. So you want lot of L&D, learning and development from organization. They should invest on you, on the training. This is what is the main expectation, right? And you want a clear career path, as my friend told, right? You want to understand what is that you are going to do. Okay, I am presently I'm a data analyst, but why am I doing this job also? So you need to understand, you need to get a clarity from your manager. Sometimes in a lot of corporates, we don't get that, right? But a student is expecting it. And yes, my friend, with recent things, what all has happened, people losing their lives, very young people committing suicides, right? So with all these things, it's a very, very important thing that we look at work-life balance. How do we achieve this, right? And what does corporates do for it? So this side, I'm not just going to tell too much about it because it's very self-explanatory. You can also read it. So today, like, you know, what does diversity mean to people? Bringing different ideas to the table. It's not necessary it's only female and male, right? It is basically having an inclusion. Even the fresher getting that importance in the company, wherein for a decision making or like, you know, strategizing a business goal, right? So your diversity and inclusion, if an organization has a diversity and inclusion, like, you know, you surely will feel included and you feel happy about it. And there is a work-life balance, and obviously, like, you know, you feel great to work in that place. Social responsibility and purpose. So every person today is looking forward to do something for the society, especially the Gen Z folks. What I have experienced, what I have seen these people, like, you know, it's an amazing thing actually, like, you know, to look at these people who are coming up and, like, you know, doing a lot of social activities. In corporates today, like, a lot of things are actually spread out. It can be like going to schools or probably old age and other things. This also gives a lot of satisfaction for people to, like, you know, work in an organization, and there is a goal for them, right? And it's about mentorship and network. Why is mentorship such an important thing? Like, you know, is anybody having a mentor for themselves over here? Everybody. So who are these mentors? Your teachers, or like, you know, who are they? Huh? Sorry? Your teachers, your faculties. Okay, so like, you know, probably this is a very beautiful thing probably this college has done, this university has done, because mentorship is extremely important. It is not anything new, right? Mentorship is not a new topic to us like a diversity or something. It has come from ages. It's come from thousands of years. It started like, you know, probably with Dronacharya, who mentored Arjuna, or it may be like, you know, Socrates, who mentored your Pluto, or Pluto, who mentored Aristotle, or like, you know, Warren Buffett, who mentored Bill Gates, or Bill Gates, who mentored Mark Zuckerberg, right? Or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who mentored Vivekananda, or like, you know, probably your Mahatma Gandhi, who mentored Nelson Mandela, or even who Mahatma Gandhi also mentored Nehru. So this is a very, very important thing, and I've myself seen it like, you know, probably from a very young age. Swami Vivekananda was my mentor, though like, you know, he was not around, or like, you know, physically not there, but his values and other things made a lot of things on my mind, right? So a person to have a mentor is extremely important, and I come from a company called Subex, and we have a very, very strong setup of mentorship. So this helps, like, you know, we have 3 mentors for 1 fresher. So different kind of topics come in, and they can go to those mentors, right? So it's a very, very important topic, and like, you know, networking. So today, a person, especially freshers, it's as much as network you can do, please go ahead. Do not shy away. And also branding yourself. It can be on LinkedIn, not necessarily on Instagram, but like, you know, in LinkedIn professionally, or probably in Quora, or a lot of other places are there. Please make sure that, like, you know, you go out, you write an article. There is Medium, right? There are a lot of places where you can actually write articles and showcase, like, you know, what you want to talk to the society or tell to the corporates. Trust you me, generally somebody who writes about my company, wherever they are, right? Like, you know, we click and we find out and we call them for interviews. So there was a website in my previous company, and like, you know, there was a bug in the website. So there were about, like, you know, 2 to 3 people who wrote to us about it, and we rectified it, and we made sure that, like, you know, we also hired them. So there is, like, you know, lot of ways where, like, you can actually interact with corporates and make sure that, like, you know, you have their attention. Okay, corporate expectation. Surely, like, you know, communication is something like soft skills. Let's look at the soft skills. It is extremely important today. You can be very good in your domain. You are amazing, like, you know, in your skill sets. But if there is no soft skills, then like, probably a lot of people have come and told me. Even like, IIMs have been, I counsel a lot of IIM folks. So even they tell, ma'am, the issue is like, we very good in our whatever we are doing, right? Our domain, our skill set, everything is good. But the issue comes when the communication or the soft skills. So please make sure that like, you practice it, public speaking, you can probably practice in front of the mirror or talk to people about it and people will laugh, it's okay, right? And positive attitude, cultural fitment, adaptability and willingness to learn, this is something which is extremely important, my friend, today in corporate, right? You come from premier colleges and you tell, hey, listen, I'm a product manager. I'm just not going to learn anything else. I don't want to be like, anything apart from product manager. No, that doesn't work. You have to wear multiple hats today. Today's corporate world looks for challenging people who can pick up skills like, nobody's business. So like, you keep your mindset ready for that. And digital literacy and basic skills. These are something which like, we don't need to tell you. So students adapting to evolving industry demand and employer expectations, right? So these are few things which you need to look at, and these are something which I do as an induction for my people when we take them. We take about 150 to 200 folks every year. So these are something which we make sure that they actually like, imbibe it and inculcate and learn if in case it's not there. Okay. This is an interesting slide for all of you. You can take a picture or like, you can also like ask your colleague who can share this PPT with you. So these are something which we also offer and lot of other companies are offering. And you can also personally like, ping me on my LinkedIn. I can also help you which are the companies which are actually looking at these job profiles. For HR, TA, L&D, comp and benefit, diversity, right? Organization development and change, HR BPs, consultancy, employee branding, any of this. And for corporate finance, these are the ones. Product management, digital marketing. So I've just taken all these things from my JD, whichever like, when it's marketing, digital marketing, these are the things. Okay, the transition. One is keep your communication very, very clear, crisp, and precise. You don't need to like, have a big summary or like, you don't need to have a elongated discussion, but you can make sure that it's very clear and precise. Self-confidence, right? It is okay if somebody is laughing. You're not able to speak in English fully. Or like, you're very conscious to go and talk to your manager. You're not feeling like, that you are very presentable. It's absolutely fine. Please build up that self-confidence. Corporate requires that. That's what we see, a lot of them, right? Time management. So time management today at corporate, if you've been hearing, a lot of you are there, it is extremely like, stressful for your seniors, your managers. So always respect somebody else's time. Please be there with a pen and book 5 minutes before. It will help you, right? So that like, it also looks prim and proper, and also people will respect, okay, this guy comes on time, this girl comes on time, right? As a fresher, this is something which you'll have to make sure punctuality and presentation skills. If in case you have not worked on any presentation skills or like, you feel that you probably need little more help there, go to chat GPTs, many of them, there are thousands of them. Instagram, like, you just scroll through Instagram, it's all about it. Please make sure that that will help you a lot, and corporates give a lot of respect for people who can like, do very articulative decks, PPTs, right? Okay, collaboration skill is something which I don't think so we should be talking too much over here, because you have worked as a group and like, there are a lot of projects which you work together. Over there, it's a little different. And well-groomed is something extremely important, because you already won the game with being well-groomed, right? Like, make sure that, and again, it's not required to tell you people about being groomed, because you all look good actually. And negotiation skills, right? You should be having a topic of negotiation skills. So that is also very important. It can be like, negotiation skills starts from talking about your salary maybe with the corporates, or like, choosing a project, or talking to the client, or talking to your colleagues, whatever it is, right? And about networking skills, as I told you. Okay, I'm done. I think I didn't take more than 20-25 minutes. Thanks a lot. So we can go with Q&A if you have. I got 67 questions when I came last time here. We can take about 5 to 10. Done? Anybody? Yeah. Good morning. So these are basic things what I have told. It's very like, the basic things are what is very important today. Trust me, like, it's easy to like, go with the advanced stuff and other things, but these are something what we forget and get into the corporate. Please make sure like, you have few points on your mind and like, then, yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Aditya Balera from BIMM, specializing in marketing. I had a question about how to tackle or how to handle the politics in corporate world.
Okay. So see, it is imperative that you can't get away from politics. There is always politics. It is in a milder version or very strong or whatever it is. What I have done, Aditya, from a way like, from the time I've joined corporates, I've always stayed away from it and made sure that I have not been in any kind of discussion, at least like, talking about that particular topic. I've never been into that, and I've always stayed away. And I've also told my team to make sure that like, just put your head down and work, right? Rather than getting into all these politics. And I've seen a lot of people actually going out of organization or getting literally destroyed because of the kind of politics what they bring in, right? Just unnecessarily getting into it. So one thing, one strong suggestion what I would tell you is stay away from it, right? And I hope I've answered you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Bhargav Vasani. I am from Data Science and Business Analytics batch class. My question is, ma'am, today we are doing lot of Coursera courses. Lot of them are relevant, but when we go to an interview, the first question comes that where have you applied them? And people say we have to apply them in projects, but lot of these projects are repeated, so they don't become relevant.
See, actually, I didn't get your name.
Bhargav Vasani.
Bhargav. So, see, your whatever it is, like, your foundation has to be strong, they tell, right? Your education has to be strong. So it is not that not necessary. I never feel that I've used any of whatever I studied. right? But it is a process where you condition your mind actually to probably get into it and align yourself and discipline and all those things, right? And that is what you're reflecting in the corporate also, right? And I'm sure there are a lot of situations where it is not relevant at all and you're totally doing something and you agree with me, right? So probably that is something what I'm trying to tell you. If somebody who's very, very good in their education and in the formative year, it actually translates into a good person who actually works very well. I hope I've, yeah? Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Rohan Gangwani. I'm from BIM, specializing in finance. You just mentioned about negotiation skills. So on what parameters do you expect someone to negotiate? I'll give you options. Would it be on the basis of experience someone holds? Would that be on the benchmark one carries of the CTC last he withdrawn? Yeah.
Okay. What's your name? Sorry?
Rohan Gangwani.
Rohan. Okay, and you mean to say when you are discussing about your CTC?
Exactly.
Okay. So, Rohan, today CTC is just not salary, right? You understand? There are two things. One is your sustenance, where you're getting your salary month on month. Second one is you're creating wealth. An organization is creating wealth for you. So, I create wealth for you through your ESOPs, RSUs, or maybe the kind of perks what I give you, right? And also the salary what you take, which is actually like, used as a transactional one, a day to day your stuffs, and your ESOPs and other things is something where you're creating wealth. Now you need to negotiate on both of this. So you are looking at probably a 20% or 30% or 40%. And if you think you're not very happy with the fixed CTC, at least talk about the perks and talk about the RSUs, talk about the shares, so that it will create the wealth for next 1 or 2 years later. You would probably make crores of it if the shares are really going in good prices. So the parameter what I'll tell you, one is the hard cash what you get. Second is the wealth what you can create as ESOPs or RSUs. The third thing would be on perks and work from home, all those, right? Virtual and hybrid culture and how comfortable the workspace is for you. So these are the things what you need to look in and also negotiate. Did you have anything else?
Yes, ma'am. Adding on to that, let's say if I have a certain amount been offered, so would I put a counter offer with a certain amount, or should I put a bracket from A to B? How would you prefer it when it comes to negotiation of salary?
Come again?
What I'm trying to say is, if I've been offered a certain amount, so should I counter offer with a certain amount, or should I put a bracket from a range of some salary to some salary?
See, it is very situational. Probably if in case you have got an offer from XY, right, a company, and you are looking at another 20% of it or a 30% of it, analyze the market, check what a finance MBA grad or 3 years experience or 4 year experience, what is that, what market is giving, right? Put that across and look at this, make a comparison with what you have got, and if you feel it's below market rate, then probably put a 20 to 30% to that, and you can renegotiate. This is what it is. But while you are negotiating, please keep in mind 2 to 3 things. One is, are you really is it a nice place to work? Culture is something you just can't change, right? That you can get it in Quora, you can get it in Medium, you can get it in many other places also. What are the initiatives what they have taken? Is there an innovation in the company which actually spruces up your mind also and makes you to think differently, right? Is there challenging situations? How well the company is growing? What is the revenue year on year? So these are something which you have to look at rather than just the take home and those kind of things. But I agree, and I share the sentiments when you tell that I need to negotiate on the CTC part of it, because ultimately that is what counts. That's why I'm working. But with that you also keep your work environment, the kind of people you are going to work, how the company has done. Last 3 years, just take out and you can go to Owler, a lot of places are there, right? Like how the company has done. So if the company is actually year on year growing, then you mean to say there are bright minds there. There are smart people who are working there, right? And company is investing in innovation. Company is investing in good people, right? There is something going right. The strategies are right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am in front. Ma'am first.
Sorry.
My name is Mahima Patel. I am from Balaji Institute of Technology and Management. And my question is, like there is a buzz about work-life balance nowadays. So we as a fresher, how should we look at it?
See, I always tell this, right? It is little difficult, especially for a fresher, to expect, I'm just going to go there from 10 to 5 and from 6 o'clock I'm going to look after my work. No, it doesn't work like that, especially in corporates. Even today, I travel one way 2 hours and while coming back it's 2 or 4 hours I travel, right? And I work until 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock from morning, 9 o'clock, right? So it is very difficult even for a seasoned person like us. So just imagine this. So what I suggest, I get this question very regularly. One is start a hobby. Keep a hobby, very strong hobby, which actually kind of spruces you. Maybe it's your yoga or photography or whatever it is, right? Or maybe even things like trading. So these are something which actually excites you and keeps you on your toes. So that you look forward for the weekend, right? So something like that is what I always tell people. And second thing is surely start getting more efficient. These are all very cliche, right? Ultimately you have to work. And initially, yeah, there is a hard work and there's no negotiation on that, especially when you come to the corporate. I've seen people working and we've seen so many cases also, and surely my heart goes for it, but that's how it works. Maybe if you can add few more things, whatever you are doing, so that to make yourself, if in case you want to do an advanced Excel, which can help you, right? Which can make your job more easier or make it more comfortable to work, right? These are the things what you need to be adding regularly. That's why how you actually make sure that you upgrade yourself, update yourself, regular updation, regular learning, unlearning, relearning. These are something very important for freshers. I hope I am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself Harsh Kumar, and I am from BMHRD. So actually, I want to ask, today's company talk about work culture, inclusion, diversity, EQ, IQ, and about the employees' health. But recently, the EY incident happened. So what's your take on it? Like the work pressure the companies give, is it like they are really focusing on the employees' health, mental health, or it's
See, what we are doing, let me tell what my company is doing. 2-3 things very strongly we are doing. We have one-to-one help, which is actually helps a person emotionally, psychologically, and it's a consultant who sits on the other side, and it's totally confidential, and you can talk to the person either you have a breakup, or probably you are very stressed out, you don't like your manager, you don't like the work culture, whatever it is, and it's totally it helps a person to talk to somebody, right? And which is very confidential, one thing. Second thing is we regularly make sure our middle level managers are trained about EQs, right? That is something very, and empathy, and how to treat employees, and how to treat the diversity candidates, right? These are something what we do very strongly at Subex, and make sure that people have that particular empathy part, listening part, and communicating part, right? If you look at mid-managers, it's very difficult to get that empathy because they're very stressed. They're always on the target. They're chasing a target. And they have to answer tomorrow their managers. So that is the thing what we have done, and we have also made sure that, like, we have a rotation system where it is not one person who's working on, like, that single thing, so that all the dependency is on that person. So if there is we have to commit to the code, then probably 4 people are working on that. So those are the kind of things what we are doing. I know it is very difficult to say that we did this, we did that, and, like, we got 100% result. It doesn't work like that. There is a lot of stress, I can honestly tell you, and you need to be prepared for it and have that resilience. Don't feel that, like, failures, one failure and you just give up. Please don't do that, right? You have to have that resilience. Right? I've seen a lot of people who come back and tell me, ma'am, like, I failed in this, now I don't feel like touching it, I don't feel like doing it again, ma'am, they tell. But I think resilience is something what you have to build slowly, right? And it's okay, failure, fine, I'll go to the next one, right? So that's how it is.
Then please come.
Done? Thanks a lot. Thank you. Any questions? You can connect me on LinkedIn and you can share your queries. I'll surely come back whenever I have the time. Thanks a lot.
This session provided great value, ma'am, and we appreciate your wisdom. Thank you so much.
May I now request Arvind Singh sir, Assistant Professor BITM, to felicitate Asha Subramaniam ma'am with a memento.
Thank you. You'll have to courier that to me.
May I request Rajkiran sir, Assistant Professor BITM, to felicitate Ms. Tanisha Subramaniam with a token of appreciation.
We are now heading towards lunch break. Please take this opportunity to recharge and meet, and everyone is requested to report back at Audi at 2 o'clock. For veg coupons, collect the coupons from the door near the podium and the non-veg from the other side.